Hello. I wasn't quite AFK Primal, dude. Thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it. I hope you're good.
TRMZ love.
Thank you for coming in. Hi Bond and Whoopi and McLean. You were the Physigs as well. You were the first four on the Twitch. On YouTube it was Droid, Paddy, Greg, DBR and Pinkster. Hi guys, hope you're good. Hello everybody else as well. Hi Zachary, Ian, hello, Alfred Court, John Smithers, Adsy, hello, Azza. Thank you very much for coming in. Hope you're well. Smash In, Laggy Lemon, Bumpers, Gala Steve, T Mango. Hello everyone, hope you're all good. I'm definitely going to be the grumpy man's again. I managed to get a doctor's appointment this morning, which is good. I'm going to get this in early, right? I've got epididymitis, which is an infection behind your testicles. Well, it can be in your testicles, but I haven't got it there anyway. But yeah, I'm on strong antibiotics for 2 weeks. But on the upside, I might even be able to sit down. I was in pain yesterday. By about 3 hours into the stream, I wanted out of my chair. I was getting a bit testy. I'm sure you all want to know this information, but what can I say? I don't like. If you've got a problem with your testicles, right, go to the doctors. Don't leave it 3 or 4 weeks like I've just done. Anyway, I've got the antibiotics. It'll go away. Funny enough, I saw the same doctor I saw in 2021. I felt like I needed some kind of sign, because he had to check stuff, right? So I had to check. I wanted a little pop-up to come up going, "I'm a grower, not a shower," or something, you know. I wanted something because, yeah. 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 Yeah, I needed a literal pop-up, yeah. It's not normally this small, honest, mate. I'm just a bit nervous. Primal, thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Bro is becoming Randy from South Park. I don't know who Randy from South Park is. Wemmy, thank you for the follow. Who's going to make it to the final? I will get it wrong. I'm going to go Bayern and Arsenal. I think Bayern might turn it around. I really think PSG are an amazingly good team, but I picked Bayern from the last 16, so I've got to stick with them. So I'm going to go for Bayern versus Arsenal and Bayern win it in the final. Excuse me. I'm going to turn the music off because we're going to be in a sec. So it might be that this stream today is also about 5 hours because I can't sit in a chair for very long without my testicles hurting. Anyway, cut that. You know, that's a clip. Cut it. Ship it. Hi Muffin Man, how you doing? Mark, thank you very much for the 33. Cheers for the 33, dude. Thank you for coming in. Cheers for the continued support. Appreciate it. Akimi injured is a big blow. Yeah, it's not easy. I just that game at 5-4, Bayern at home, you have to give them a chance. Surely they can turn around a 1-goal deficit now they're at home. You would expect them to, wouldn't you? And you never know. PSG are amazing, right? Last year against Liverpool beat PSG 1-0 at Paris, and I don't know how they did it. What about a pregnancy pillow? I've actually ordered a cushion. I already ordered one specifically for my chair, but I've ordered another one just because it's coming tomorrow. So I've got a cushion coming tomorrow that will help. Yeah. The main thing, I've got doxycycline now, so it'll go. It's just fucking. Nobody wants to hear this, right? But nonetheless, I don't really care. Sorry, you'll have to hear it, but yeah, it's uncomfortable as fuck. Like right now, I've only just sat in the chair. I can already feel it. Right. Start on your player in Tissy. I might do that later, working class, but as per the title of the stream, it says fresh start. I don't particularly like starting on a geared dude because I'm always a bit cold, right? What I'd rather do is start on this dude and then potentially switch to the geared dude later if I die, you know. Hi Tom, how you doing? Hope you're good. It was pretty good. Saw the same doctor as before. I've got 2 weeks of antibiotics to get rid of it. Should have asked for tetracycline. Don't have any bollock issues. That's good to know, Pinkster. Yeah, if you did, that would be a bit of A marvel of modern science, I think, wouldn't it? Good moaning. Yeah, I will be doing some moaning today, that is for sure. Mark, thank you again. Cheers for the resub. Oh. I've had a pretty productive morning, though. I had to get up at... this is not early for many people, but it's early for me. I had to get up at 7:50 a.m. this morning, so I felt lucky to get a doctor's appointment, you know. I won the doctor's lottery, you know. Like, I tried ringing at 7:58. It went to the voicemail. Tried ringing at 7:59, went to the voicemail. Tried ringing at 8, and it was engaged. And I managed to ring back immediately, and I was 17th in the queue for a doctor's appointment, which was really lucky. Sometimes when you're ringing at like 8 a.m., especially after a weekend, like this was a bank holiday weekend, so the doctors were closed yesterday. Sometimes you can be ringing and ringing and ringing. It's always engaged. You just can't get through. But yeah, anyway, I'm glad I got an appointment. I may well be sick. I haven't been paying attention. Let's go and see if the convoy's up here, shall we? Might as well. 110 stream streak, Fofis. Holy shit. That's a long ass time. Alright, we don't need that. Yeah, Wemmy, thank you for the follow. Oh, that was 19 hours ago, so I don't think Wemmy's here anymore. Whammy. I should probably have looted those houses for food. Let's just loot this one. Why not sit in a bag of peas? I don't want to freeze my edges. You can't book a GP appointment online. No, it's getting better. They are doing more things online, but if you need an appointment, you have to ring up at 8 a.m. and that's basically it. That's the way it is. So if you want an appointment, you need to ring up at 8 a.m. I also, while I was there, asked about my inhalers, and lo and behold, I'm not allowed to have my inhalers without having... We talked about this briefly yesterday. I've got to have my asthma nurse annual checkup that I've missed for the last 2 years. So on a week on Friday, I get to go and tell a nurse how I use my inhaler. It's going to be magical. I can hardly wait. Did they give you the banana-flavoured antibiotic? That was amoxil. Amoxicillin is what that is. Yeah, they don't give that to adults normally. I used to get that for tonsillitis and stuff, the banana one. That was amoxicillin, yeah. I have doxycycline, no flavour. Hey Jason, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Watching while studying for biomedical exams in 2 weeks. Do that. Good luck. Hope it goes well. Alright. Shall we... I don't think I should ruin that knife. I'll end up finding a can of food and then I won't be able to... This isn't actually the way I need to go with the road. Let's just... Is it? This isn't a road. Where's the road, man? Where we're going, we don't need roads. Oh, better put myself on... Oh, just took a screenshot when I meant to put myself on silent. Let's do that. Do you reckon you'll try and give the Naeem quest a go? I don't even know what the Naeem quest is, to be honest, dude. So, I don't know. Naeem is a bit tricky, I found, personally. It's like 100 players on such a small map. I don't know. I'll probably give it another try at some point, but I don't know about the quest. I've no idea. Maybe, maybe not. Please try and take the inhaler up your bum just to see what the nurse says. Now, there's an idea. When she says, can you show me how you use the inhaler, I'll pull my pants down and insert it into my rectum. I go, well, I normally do this. Is that right? Is that right? I do always hold my breath afterwards, though. That's right, isn't it? Yeah? Yeah, classic with the... Tom, the downside to that is if you're a stream douche, it can cause it to be a bit more mayhem than you kind of want, you know? When Paul goes to the doctors, does he loot the cupboards for Tetra? No. I just look around and see if it's spawned on the floor. If it's not on the floor, I know it's not there. You know, just look in the spawn points. Right. Let's go this way. On 1 to 10 TRMZ scale, what are we on the grump scale today? Well, if 10 is maximum grump and 1 is happy-go-lucky, I'd say I'm about 4/5 right now, with the chance of making it to 10, because the longer I sit in the chair, the more my testicles hurt. What I need is a head mod who's prepared to massage my testes. That you? Is that you? To be fair, I was on a 3, but then it went up a bit, yeah. Where am I? I seem to be going a very tricky way. I don't know where the road is. Oh, is that the road? That's not the road. Let's just go this way. Get to the top of the hill. Can City still win the Premier League after that shocker against Everton? Well, I guess they can, but it's Arsenal's to lose. I think Arsenal are winning it now, haven't they? I was saying yesterday that my head... well, not my head. Whatever. I was saying the bookies would be favouring Arsenal, but I had a feeling City would win it. Obviously, drawing with Everton yesterday, that really puts Arsenal in the box seat. You know, they are definitely favourites outright. All they need to do is win. They can win 1-0, whatever, you know. I think it's Arsenal's to lose now. I don't see... Arsenal have been looking like they might chuck it, but winning at the weekend and playing well, and then City dropping points, I think surely it's theirs now. Did your daughter ever do a school trip to France? The younger one's got a trip later in the year. She's not done it yet, no. I was a bit further up than I thought, which is why I'm not finding what I think I should be finding. I think we need to go over that way. I hope Wrexham get promoted. Well, they're not getting promoted this season, dude. They didn't finish in the playoffs. They didn't quite make it. So I should think it'll be Southampton that get promoted out of the playoffs. I think they'll get through. You never know. Playoffs are playoffs, but Southampton they got to the semi-final of the FA Cup. They clearly seem to be fairly good in one-off games. Recently down from the Premier League. I think Southampton will probably be the ones that get promoted.
"48 baby, been a great run. Keep on running."
Thank you, Brad. Cheers for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. I am going to go back and do the convoy. I've come completely too far away from the coast, but anyway. Yeah, you've lost me there with your LeBron question, Fat Greasy. Millwall, Southampton, Middlesbrough and Hull are the playoffs. Yeah, I think Southampton will probably get through, but I should think it could... Well, it could be anyone. Playoffs are like... that. You never know. Yeah, it was annoying, Slider Mike. Falling on the ladder was annoying as fuck. It was. That pistol scope could have been any old scope. It could have been something worth having, it could. But coulda, woulda, shoulda. Well, now we've got to go back this way. Yeah, hi Fat Greasy. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit grumpily. I actually might take a couple of painkillers just to make things a bit more comfortable for a few hours, but we shall see how we go. Leeds are definitely staying up, GS man. Yeah, they are, aren't they? There's no way they're not now with the win. Between West Ham and Spurs, really, isn't it? I don't see Forest dropping into it now after they won as well. Zerk, thank you for the 12 months. Cheers for the support. The Brad, thank you for the 48. Cheers both. Thank you for the 4 years and 1 year. Thank you. With the money being spent at Wrexham next year, they will make the tourney. Not sold, they will promote, but it's been fun watching the show. You never know. I mean, the teams going down, often come straight back up again, you know. Like, the clubs going down are going to be a challenge for the teams that are already there, you know. Like West Ham, for example, if they go down, they are better than Wrexham by a mile. And they'll have a bigger budget because they've been in the Premier League for years as well. So... likewise for Burnley and possibly, what is it, Wolves, the other team that are going down? I think Wolves are already relegated, aren't they? They'll be a challenge because they've been established in the Premier League a while. Burnley haven't, they kind of yo-yo, but they'll both have squads that will see them in the top half. Yeah, I had to tell the receptionist that I had achy testicles to get a doctor's appointment, not so nicked, yeah. I recently found your videos after starting to play DayZ. My wife was also a massive fan. Keep on running. Adam, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Cheers for tuning in. Hope you keep enjoying the game, dude. I did see a picture, Jamie. Yeah, I did see a picture. They described him as looking like Frankenstein on the radio earlier, which I think was particularly cruel, you know, like I know it's a bad cut and he's got stitches across his face and it's bad. It's going to leave a scar. It's a mess. It really is. I saw the picture of that, yeah, but I think describing him as Frankenstein-like seems a little bit harsh, you know, like... I didn't figure out where I got shot from, Tom. It must have been an elevated position, but who knows? God almighty. Fucking hell. Apparently it takes 2 to 3 days for the antibiotics to start working. I hope they do, because fucking sitting in a chair is not fun. Yep. All good, Michael. Thank you. Ball gout confirmed. Yep.
Upper Town.
Christian, sorry, I think you're being done by the bot. We don't do all caps posts. It might even be an emote, but anything that's all caps, the bot will remove. Fizzy, well, I hope you have a good rest of the day. Ooh. Zagorki bars on me. Right, let's go this way. This is where the convoy is. It took me a while to find it, but there we go. We found it now.
I've learned more from you than I did in school. Shame it's only about expensive watches, soccer and gluten-free products. Love you, bye.
Warlock, cheers for the super chat, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Paradox, Upper Town. Upper Town? Upper Town. Yeah, it's nice to see Ipswich go up, actually. Cheers, Warlock. Paradox, thank you. Fat Hose Eat Oreos. What a name. Holy shit. Thank you very much for the membership. Everything in moderation. Any chance? Any chance? I think we'd see it by now if the convoy was here. There ain't not no fucking convoy. We did all that running for nothing. Cheers, Christian. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you keep enjoying the game yourself. How's the banjo string, Sergeant? I've got 2 weeks course of doxycycline, which is what I had last time. I'll just be glad when it starts working because I am a bit grumpy. Fuck me dead. It doesn't feel so bad when I'm standing and walking and whatnot, but when I'm sitting down, which I'm doing right now, makes me grumpy. Football talk is so boring. Well, try and change the subject or ask a question or something rather than just mithering, you know. Mithering is so boring. Saying something's boring is more boring than the thing that you find boring, I think. Don't understand the people saying the Premier League has been bad. Great title race going down to the wire. Brilliant and competitive relegation battle. Much better than the last few seasons. I think it's because the standard feels a bit lower in general, you know. But I think partly all the other. It's a lot more competitive. The medium-sized teams, the sort of middling teams, are much more likely to beat the better teams, right? I think it's competitive, but the standard doesn't feel so high. There's extenuating circumstances, though. You know, Chelsea have been a shower of shit. Liverpool have been a shower of shit. The World Cup, the Club World Cup, affected Chelsea, and it certainly affected Man City a bit in the early half of the season. Maybe, you know, it's been hard for those teams. I think the standard in general is a little bit lower. It's competitive, but the actual play hasn't been as good. You know, it's not been as good to watch. It's not been as skillful. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I still think it's been competitive, like you say. That's good. Hey CMO, you're right, dude. Yeah, we could spend more time talking about my testicles if you want, working class hero. Yeah, one or two people have tried standing desk, William. I know you were asking in general there, which is novel. I like that. I think most of the time when a streamer tries a stranding desk, they end up not using the standing part for very long, because obviously playing a game like this, or if you're playing Tarkov or something, you kind of really want to be in your position, like the way that it feels ergonomic and comfortable for gaming, you know, which is not furking around from sitting to standing and whatnot, you know. So yeah, I definitely am not keen. However, a standing desk just for today would be nice, yeah. I have a standing desk that can be adjusted with motors. I use it standing approximately 2 times in, and that's only if I hurt my back. Do you have a Submariner 124000? 124000? I don't even know what a 124000 is. I'm going to guess no, though, because it's a 1.2 range, which is the most modern ones. So if it's a 1.2, I definitely don't have it. No. If it's a 1.1, I definitely don't have it. I don't have anything. I don't talk about watches that are mine. What is a 124000? I don't remember the model numbers. Of the standard steel Submariners, the one I would personally like would probably be the regular one, the actual Submariner, the no date, as some people would call it. Ooh, all the melees. Okay, that red bag is kind of useful. I've not booked any yet, Jamie. No, I've been too miserable. There may be one at some point, but I haven't gone out of my way to be booking any team ups because, yeah, I'm mizog. Ooh, what is that? My motorized standing desk literally changed my life. Sounds melodramatic, but constant back and neck problems were solved within weeks. Yeah, I could say the same about my chair, G. Yeah, I was getting shoulder pain, like almost crying myself to sleep shoulder pain. It was really bad. And it all went away as soon as I got this chair. And it's absolutely right. If it's worked for you, it's worked for you. But if you're getting shoulder and neck pain, something's wrong in your sitting position. You know, standing desk has solved it, and that's great. But there are other ways you can solve it by adjusting the ergonomics of your desk and making sure everything's right. You know. Are you going to have your daughters add their personal touch to the garden, like decorating of their favourite flowers? I don't know, one-sided monk. At the moment, the garden it's relatively small, but it's lawn and then just a trough at the end, and I've just planted it all. So if the kids show any interest in gardening, absolutely, but they're not really interested, to be honest, dude. So if they show any interest, then I would absolutely be happy with that. That's fine by me. But they ain't really interested in it, I don't think. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm not going to force it on them. I've just done all the planting, but we'll see. If they show any interest, then yeah, why not? Congratulations with the 600k. Thank you, Julie. Yeah, that was great to hit it. I think it's like 64 or 600,064, I think, today. Something like that, which is cool. Might as well have that. Ushaka. Do I need that? I suppose we ought to do this, really. Spandex. 12 slots. Oh, let's wear that. Look at that. Oh, I'm a sexy motherfucker. Sexy and I know it. Yeah, alright. Just messed up my red outfit, though. It's a weird thing though, like coming back to daughters and gardening. They're only here, like Sophie only comes once every couple of months. Really, she doesn't come and stay every weekend. She's having driving lessons. She's got a part-time job. She's 17, has a boyfriend and all sorts, right? So she only can, like, because she's that bit older. She only comes once every. What was that? I thought that was, for a minute I thought I was standing on a bear trap. She only comes once every like 8 weeks, roughly, there or thereabouts. And so that means it's just me and Maggie, and they're only here every other weekend, and she's just... I don't know, it's one of those things, like a side effect of being the part-time dad, but it's not really their house. Of course, I make it their house, I make them feel welcome, and they've got their own bedroom and whatnot, but it's a bit more like coming to stay at a holiday camp than living at their house is where they live, you know. This is the place they stay every other weekend. It's more like a weekend break every time they come out. It's a hard thing to explain, but it's just a fact. It's not their house. They are more here for what, like, to see me, and then we might do something. They don't have as much investment in stuff because they just don't live here. You know, they're here. They get here Friday evening. They're here all day Saturday, and then they go home Sunday at 2 p.m. You know, they're not here that much. So I don't think there's the investment or the interest so much. Right, let's carry on this way. There's a picnic table up here that I didn't look. Let's eat the dry pepper. We had the fruity one, now we're going to get the dry one. It's a beauty. You're being shunned, are you, CMA? What, the bottle? The bottle command, eh? I live that life, so I get it. It is hard. I do try to make some of the weekends that come... Like, it's really easy to fall into the trap of becoming like the entertainer, you know, like... They turn up and then you're like, oh, let's go to the zoo, let's go to the whatever, let's go to the... We do go to the cinema a lot, but Maggie and I really like films, so I kind of like... We both really like going, but it's really easy because they're only coming at the weekend, and you end up entertaining, you know, always with a takeaway or always going out somewhere, always... Which is fine, but they don't actually get much normal. They don't do anything like... This weekend I have got to do a few things in the garden. I've got to do a few bits, so I might get Maggie out and get her helping me, you know. But it's only like spraying a tree to stop it getting eaten by aphids and watering some plants with some plant feed, you know. Nothing that exciting. My kids even said they feel like they're coming to a summer cottage when they come to my place, even though they are here every second weekend. Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Afternoon Paul TRMZ love.
Only Nefesto, that's great. If you need it, that's great. I just couldn't do it for gaming. I think it's fine for office work, but I couldn't do it for gaming. It's not going to work. Every streamer that's tried it doesn't do it because they'd end up not in the right position, not feeling right. Obviously, when you're gaming, you've got your hand on the keyboard, especially DayZ. I'm pressing W pretty much all day. And your hand's resting on the mouse and the keyboard exactly at the right level of your armrest. If you're standing, you're always going to get in slightly awkward positions and stuff. It's just not the same. I would hate it. Office work, I get it, but for being connected to the mouse and keyboard permanently to play DayZ, no way. How do you think Norway will do in the World Cup? We got Haaland, you know. Anyway, have a good
World Cup.
Didn't
we got Haaland, you know.
Didn't you not win any games in the qualifiers? I think you'll do terribly. You got in via the back door, didn't you? As such, like you were like, you didn't even win a game in the qualifiers, but got in because of the your position in the Nations League or something. Isn't that right?
Are always there for your kids, wherever you are. I'm sure they feel at home, mate. Much respect to you.
Thank you very much, Wild Warlock. Yeah, and I certainly think they feel part of like things, you know. They do, you know. I do the best you can. It was harder when they were younger. Watched your crazy Chris edit last night. It was 100% my favourite video you've posted. As an Aussie and my partner's a Kiwi, we had lots of laughs. Well, here's an interesting twist, SK. Just so you know. Crazy Chris is actually Australian. He was just pretending to be a Kiwi. So he was putting on that voice a little bit, but he is actually Australian himself. He was a streamer called Crazy Patty, and for whatever reason that day he just decided to say he was from New Zealand and put on that voice a little bit. Yeah, I'm not convinced Norway will do very well, even though they have got Haaland. But who knows? Who knows? Warlock, thank you very much. Jantor, thank you. Ollie Campo, thanks as well. Yeti Ace, Learn, thank you very much too. Cheers for the support, peeps. Would be nice if they introduced an auto-run option for the game. I think there are servers that have it. I think the devs have kind of always shied away from it because it's kind of not really in the spirit of the game in a way, you know, like you can imagine playing an official and there's some dude just pasting across the map with auto-run on while they're actually, I don't know, off making a coffee or something, you know. I guess if a player's moving in the game, they always want you to be connected to it rather than
no dodgy joke this month.
Auto runs or
just
macros.
A hearty virtual handshake and a big hello to YouTube and Twitch slightly smiling face.
That's actually that exact thing. I'll get there in a second, Muttley, but thank you very, very much. The reason why in this game you have to press a button to raise your gun. Like you have to raise your gun and then shoot, like raise your gun and then ADS. You know, that's a specific thing because they never want your gun to be raised by accident. They always want it to be a physical choice that you've made, so that you can be holding a gun, but if you raise it, you've chosen to. They want that to be like a sign that you're an aggressive player, kind of thing, not like left there. So you can press a button to be permanently ADS'd. If you tap right mouse button, you're permanently ADS'd. But if you want to raise your gun, you always have to hold right mouse button, and you have to keep it held because then you're kind of actively choosing to do so, kind of in an aggressive way, I guess, is the idea. Kind of wish I'd picked up that scope now. Wasn't actually that far away. We could go and get it. We could still go and get it. It's not that far away from here. If there's not one in the castle, we can go and grab the pistol scope that I didn't take. It was Sweden, was it? Sorry, I'm doing Norway a disservice. I apologise, dude. It was Sweden. One of the Scandinavian countries. I knew one of them had, so it was Sweden that did that. My bad. Well, in that case, yeah, Norway are going to do great. I reckon they'll get to at least the last 16. Yeah, I was mixing them up. Yeah, it's easy done. I've not seen any of the Euro qualifiers other than the odd England one, and even those are dull, aren't they? Sorry, World Cup qualifiers. The qualifiers are so dull. I did watch a lot of the England games, but I couldn't remember a single one right now. They were... Plot twist about Crazy Chris. Pretty sure he's a Kiwi. No, he was Australian. He used to stream. He was definitely Australian. I don't think the scope was badly damaged, but honestly I don't remember. Do you like a glass mouse pad? No, I have a Corsair MM350, which is just like a Corsair mouse mat. I'm not particularly keen on... well, I've never tried a glass mouse mat, but I don't think I'd like it. I'm quite happy with this. I do tend to change my mouse mat once a year, though, but that's mainly because I eat at the PC so often, and then I make a mess of my mouse mat, and once a year I tend to get a new one. What console did you play before PC? The last one I had was a PlayStation 4, but I barely played it. I'd kind of... I got COD Ghosts. The PlayStation 4 had just come out, and I was not massively keen on it, so then I got into PC gaming and DayZ as a result. I played PlayStation 3 before that. I didn't have a PlayStation 2 or the equivalent Xbox. I had a PlayStation 1 and I had the first Xbox. But I had a bit of a gap from gaming around sort of the PlayStation 2 era. So I didn't play at that time. I had older consoles as well, much before that. I know name. LSK, thank you for the 54 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Cheers, Muttley. Just a hearty virtual handshake. Well, thank you. Hope you're good, dude. Thank you very much for the support. Cheers, dude. I remember I had an Atari Lynx. I bet not many people will remember what that is. I had an Atari Lynx. I had a game... I think I had a Game Boy. I had the Sega one as well, whatever that was. I had the PlayStation handheld one as well. I don't remember Spyro very well. I remember what it was. I don't remember if I played it or not. I was never much for platformers, Kronk. I really liked... So I liked the OG Gran Turismo, for example. I used to like racing games or shooting games and not much else. Yeah, I had a Game Gear, yeah. Which was the handheld Sony one. Never played Sockum, no. I've heard of it, motorboating, but yeah, Sockum was... not really on console as far as I remember, and I wasn't a PC player at the time. Could be wrong, but... No, he was definitely Australian. We were talking, like... We talked about it, I think, on the day. Game Gear was Sega. Yeah, that's what I meant. I was talking about the Sega handheld, and someone reminded me what the name was. Sockum 2 was on PS2, and that's what got you hooked on shooters. Oh, okay. I remember Sockum 1 being a thing. Sockum 2, not so much. Like I say, I skipped that generation. I completely missed that. Right, okay, that's good. Only got one bullet, but one bullet in a dream. What do you prefer, lasagna or coq au vin? Based on the fact that gluten-free lasagna is not the same, I have a gluten intolerance, so based on that I'm going to go with coq au vin because it's not got gluten in it, so it's easier for me to eat. Lasagna's pretty good though, but it's not the same if you get gluten-free pasta. It has improved some, but it's still not quite the same. Has it ever been the case when someone from the stream comes and tries to hunt you down in game? Wilbo, yes. That does happen. Fortunately, if the server admins catch somebody doing that, they end up getting banned from the server and the stream. So yeah, not a good thing to do. I'm more talking in general here, not specifically to you, by the way. Sanchez, yeah, I'm doing okay. My cold is kind of on the mend. I think, like, yesterday I was really struggling to breathe after about an hour and a half of streaming. I think I won't do that today. I've done my weights and my push-ups this morning like normal, and that they went better today than yesterday, so the cold's kind of on the mend. I've been to the doctors this morning and got a 2-week course of antibiotics for epididymitis. What now? Epididymitis, yes. Which is annoying. I've had it once before, but I'm not particularly enamoured with 2 weeks worth of antibiotics. I'm very glad to have them because I really need my testicles not to hurt. Because it's making me grumpy. I'm sitting here right now and it's hurting already. Like, just because I'm sitting in a chair, I'm sitting on a pillow, it's hurting. And I'm not enjoying it very much. But nonetheless, given a day or two of the antibiotics, it'll start going away. I'm sure you know, but you should skip workout if you're sick. Well, I did skip it on Friday when I was particularly ill. I didn't skip it yesterday and today because I feel like I'm kind of on the mend a bit. So I skipped Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I always have like rest days anyway. And then yesterday and today I felt well enough to crack on. I'm not sitting on an ice pack. My testicles don't need an ice pack. That will not help me. It's not really... I know this is really brutally open, by the way, but if you need to see a doctor about stuff, you should do it, right? Anyway, it's not my... It's like the cabling behind that's the issue. I can't get ice to that. It's not actually... thankfully, I don't actually have a problem with my go nuts. It's the connectors behind. You know, it's the cabling. Tomty, it's just an infection, and no, it's not an STI. Before people start saying it, I've had it once before. I've never had an STI, and I haven't got one now either. So up your bum. But no, it's just it can happen. You know, sometimes it can happen. In younger people, if you get epididymitis, it is normally as a result of an STI. But in people, let's just say 40 and above. It can be all sorts of different things. But yeah, 2 weeks of strong painkillers is going to make me grumpy. It's going to mess my stomach up. It's going to... Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. But anyway, it's what it is. Oh, fuck you. What's your choice of shop for food shop? Kane, I get my meat from the local butchers, so the butchers local to me in the town I live, so like the independent place, and I have a lot of protein, so I have like that every lunch. I have chicken thighs or something similar, sometimes a pork chop, sometimes steak once a week. I go to Sainsbury's, but that's the only reason I go to Sainsbury's is that I have a Nectar card that actually works. And I know where everything is, and I just won't go to another supermarket now because I don't like not knowing. I don't like not knowing where everything is. It fucks me right off. I don't think Sainsbury's are particularly cheap or particularly amazing, but that's the one I go to. They're okay. They're fine. You have a bottle. Yes, good point. I knew that. I didn't know that. Thank you. And I also get like my evening meals while I'm streaming each week. I actually don't get from Sainsbury's. I get from an online meal prep place called Thrive. So independent butchers, Thrive, Sainsbury's. They're my go-to. I do really like Aldi, but I haven't been in Aldi since I moved into here. It's just a bit more awkward for me to get to. Drink with a bottle, you two. CMO, you've come back with a bang, haven't you? Fuck me dead. There you go. This is what you get. This is what you get. Calling me a tool. Now I don't have a bottle. That's what you get, CMO. See what you made me do? It was full of water as well. I might as well check a few more here. The loot seems fairly solid. We may well find a shotgun or something like that. Spectacular, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't go into specifics about the server. However, I don't know, those leggings, what do you think? Have you ever found them unofficial? That might even give you the answer. But yeah, I don't really want to talk about servers, apologies, but I do get stream sniped a bit, so I normally just don't bother. Although I have just answered your question if you know the game at all. I'm too sexy for this bottle. Well, you'll have to calm your jets, CMO, if you don't want me to start discarding... Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Have you looted all the houses?
Nah, I've literally just got here.
Right, I'm gonna loot some houses. Good luck.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good look. I think capri pants with Eskimo boots is a look. Look at that. Uggs and 3/4 length pants. That's the future. Fashion. Two-horse race between West Ham and Spurs. It is, yeah. Spurs are in the box seat for staying up after the weekend. Who knows, though? You know, it's going to be interesting right down to the wire. I don't really want either team to get relegated, but I don't know. I think it would be less of a surprise if West Ham went down than Spurs, but fuck me. Oh look, a bottle. A random bottle has appeared. I'll take that. Right, let's go. Time to leave. Let's leave. What ping do you play on? I play on 80 MS, and I cannot tell if I'm at a disadvantage. You're not at 80, dude. You're just not. 80 is fine. Like, even if you're playing at 50 or something, it's going to vary a little bit as you're in. If I'm being honest, DayZ is not like most other games. Occasionally, if you're at like 150, once in a blue moon, it's going to affect you, but most of the time it doesn't. So I play on East Coast American servers from the UK fairly often, and I don't really have a great deal of issues. I've been playing a lot over the years on Day 1 servers and never experienced much of an issue. Occasionally,
TRMZ love.
You'll get like Pika's advantage, the other person will, because let's say they're somewhere on the East Coast of America and their ping is just that little bit closer than yours. It can affect you, but it's rare. I stream on both YouTube and Twitch, cheeky banter, yeah. Feel like you've not been saying love you bye much lately. I said it yesterday. It depends. We didn't really get chatting there, did we? I'm not really looking to try and create some kind of interaction today. I'm too fucking grumpy. I don't really want to. I've got space in my head to talk to you guys, and that's it. I'm a bit grumpy. Something about sitting on aching nadgers makes me not want to talk to people. Still mad you didn't get an IRL live you buy. Miss Portland got one. Miss Portland got one. Cheers, cheeky. Can the bottle take damage from throwing? I don't think so, dude. Hi, Guacamole. Hope you're good. Good afternoon. Don't call me Al. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it. The big 5-0. It's always Miss Portland this, Miss Portland that. What about Coach and Redline this, Coach and Redline that? Yeah, they're a right pair of ain't they? How was my trip? It was great, Jay. It was great. It's not that I'm counting, but it's 70 days until I fly out to Portland. I'm not counting it or anything, but it's 70 days. 70 days till I fly out again. But yeah, it was great. It was nice. Have I changed any keybinds? Only a little bit, Sped. I put lean left and right on my mouse. So I have lean left and right on my mouse, and I also have range up and down for the scopes or for the guns in general. Lean left and right on my mouse, range up and down on my mouse. I have an MMO mouse, so 4 game buttons that I seem really useful for me. I stick them on the mouse. On top of that, I have push to talk for Discord on the mouse too. If I'm in Discord with someone, then I'm using that, which is kind of helpful. There's 2 other things I always do, and that is to turn off the free look. So you know you can double press Alt, and it puts this free look on, but it locks it to on. Turn that off, because if you leave it on, sooner or later you're going to accidentally double hit it in a firefight, and it'll get you killed. And I also turn off the double hit of caps lock to leave VoIP on permanently as well. That means that you can't accidentally be hot micing, you know. So if I double tap caps lock, it doesn't stay on. So when I'm talking to a player in the game, I always have to hold caps lock to talk. Having it so that you can double hit it and it stays on, sooner or later, especially if you're streaming, you're going to hot mic. Does she have things planned for you while you're out in Portland? Absolutely, Raymond, yes. To be honest, dude, we've not got too far with it yet, but one of the weekends that I'm there while it's my birthday, which will be fun. But one of the weekends we're there, she's got like a family thing, so I'm gonna go and meet some of her extended family, which is gonna be cool. Yeah, like first time. We may possibly go back to where she's from originally. That's where her dad lives. Might meet her dad as well. Just depends whether he can take time off or not. Sometimes I do cobalts, yeah. 96%. Official doesn't have an auto run button, chatto. I was trying to save or take stuff out of here because at some point very soon I'm going to be picking up... Oh, nice. Hopefully a stab vest at the PD. I don't think it's any better. Isn't it more nutritious to eat the skin of the potato? It is. In real life, it absolutely is Swiss cheese. But in the game, the potato is one of few things that performs 2 tasks, right? So the reason you have to peel it to eat it is that effectively it's a seed for the game while it's got the skin on. So you can grow more potatoes. You can take the potato with the skin on it, you can plant it and then grow potatoes, right? But when you cut it, it becomes no longer a seed that can grow into a potato plant. It's now something you can eat. So it's a little bit like opening the packet of seeds, but slightly different in that you're going to eat it, if that makes any sense at all. So it can't be something you eat whilst the skin's on. That's kind of how they've gotten around it. But yeah, potato skin's good for you, yeah. I got a right bonus the other last Saturday. My kids were staying at my mum's. Well, 2 Saturdays ago now. My kids were staying at my mum's because the next morning I had to drive Miss Portland to the airport. And Maggie forgot something, so I had to go just nip round. She'd forgotten something. Her toothbrush. She has an electric toothbrush and she'd left it here. So I drove back And my mum had finished and left one of her potato skins for they had jacket potatoes. Mum had finished and left it, so I just grabbed that and ate it. Went in the other room, and both of my kids had finished and they hadn't eaten any of their potato skins, so I ate them both. Just, like 5 potato skins. I really like them, and like my mum was full and the kids don't like theirs, so I ate 5 potato skins. Then promptly came back and we had I can't remember what we had. We had the takeaway. You love the skin, do you? Wow. Potato skin thief, yarp. I'm a secret potato skin eater. En route to the Emirates for a massive game. Oh, I hope you have fun, Gooner. I hope you get the result. It would be good. Getting in the final would be a hell of a big deal, wouldn't it? Okay, dead zombie.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, you're right. Sorry, I didn't know you were there. I ain't looking for any trouble.
Oh, it's all good. I got nothing anyways.
All right. Well, I've got a bit of something, but nothing exciting.
That sounds like what I'm going through, man. Except for a lot less.
Yeah. Oh, I got a bison from here. That's good.
This.
I've got a bison.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm off. Goodbye. Love you. Bye.
What was it?
I'm rich. I'm rich, it tells thee. Friend, DayZ friend. PD friend. I ain't looking for any friends. I've got an aching testicle. Well, it's not even true. Hope you do not get the result. I don't know why, Tom. Like, I don't know what team you support, but I've never been such a fuckwit myself personally. I guess I'm calling you a fuckwit here, Tom. Apologies, but I know local rivalry and Premier League rivalries and stuff, but if my team's out of the Premier League, I normally prefer the English teams do well, you know. For example, it's a good thing for the coefficient, right? Liverpool are hopefully at least going to finish 5th. Other teams doing well in the Champions League is why they might still be in it for 5th. My missus always leaves the potato skins. I always get extra. Richard, bonus potato skins. They're so good as well. If you've got a little bit of cheese left, or if they're a bit buttery or something, you know, they're so good. Little bit of bean juice if you've got beans or whatever, but a little bit of a moist maker on. Oh, they're good. What's not to like? They're fucking banging. Alright, I'm going to try and get to the tents before those fuckers come and spoil the party. I think that the nice thing with it when it's rivals is that you can laugh if they lose and not be too disappointed if they win, you know. If Arsenal lose in the Champions League final, I can have a wry smile about it, but if they win, I won't be pissed off, you know. Like, it's like you can't lose, you know. English club wins the Champions League, well, that's kind of alright. But if they lose it, well, that's kind of funny too, you know. You get the best of both worlds, I think. I don't take it so serious that my pick right now and the team I'm kind of rooting for is Bayern Munich. Purely because I think, and Arsenal fans might not like this, but I'd like to see Harry Kane win the Champions League. I think that would be badass. I'm going to use the term moist maker with my wife. Do you want to see my moist maker, love? It's just biology, innit, baby? She will love it, I reckon. Don't you take the juice out of the beans before cooking? I don't think they're the kind of beans that you think, dude. They're tinned beans in tomato sauce. They're meant to be cooked in the tomato sauce. Kermit, yeah, I'll definitely do more Deer Isle at some point. I'm kind of not really feeling it right now. The break has been doing my brain well. But also, I'm sure it's going to go stable at some point, so it's probably better to start then.
"5 years, half a decade, still as much fun as day one."
Thank you very much more, Chris. Cheers for tuning in. Thank you for the resub. Lil Sherman and Matthew Browning, thank you both of you for the follows. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Anyway, Branston beans are the best. I used to like Aldi's Corrali beans, but they seem to have changed them, and I've not had them in a while. But I don't really have many baked beans, despite being Ingerish. I don't have them very much, but nonetheless, I tend to get Heinz just because that's what they have in Sainsbury's. I really like the Aldi ones. Branston are pretty good. Ooh, that's a good bag, is that, dear? I should charge you for that bag. That wasn't particularly frail, wasn't it? I should charge you for that bag. I think she's getting frailer, is the old shop lady. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. We nearly missed those. Nearly fucking missed them. If I don't have any feelings for either teams, I always root for the underdog. Yeah, I quite like doing that as well, Mick. I do that a fair bit myself. I can normally find a reason to support a team or the other, you know, like... this year, Paris Saint-Germain won it last year, so... Hello.
Guy in there, he's already looted it.
Ah, bollocks. Alright. Never mind. But Paris Saint-Germain won the whole thing last year, so it's kind of easier to want Bayern to win it over them. Arsenal have never won it, you know, so I can kind of see why... Like, Arsenal are the only team not to have won it of the 4 that are left in it. So I guess if you're rooting for the underdogs, Arsenal in theory are the underdogs. Only Heinz, posh bastard. Well, in Sainsbury's, you've only got the choice between those. I guess they do sell Branston, but they're normally not that. They're not cheaper. But I don't have them. I only buy the little half tins. I bought 4 half tins when I moved in, and I think I've still got 2 tins left. I just don't eat them. I don't really like beans very much. Do you think it's sad that Liverpool's derby is against Everton, unlike London clubs which have a strong derby? I don't think it matters, Abdu. Liverpool's biggest rivalry is with Manchester United, not Everton. Lancashire is so close together that, like, the distance between Liverpool and Manchester is not much more than the difference between 2 clubs in London, you know. Like, Lancashire, like, places like Bolton and Burnley and Blackburn, they're all, like, 10 miles apart. They sound like... Like, a lot of the northern clubs are really close rivals, even though they're not from the same city, you know. Like, London and Greater London is a huge area, whereas you can have 2 clubs not far apart at all that can still be rivals, you know. What the fuck, if I see players in DayZ, they shoot me. What, are they all friendly? I don't think he had a gun, dude. I think that's why he didn't shoot. Yeah, Everton were a big challenger. They've had a pretty good season this year. It's nice to see David Moyes doing a good job with a team that... They're certainly outperforming the team. He's doing well, you know, but back in the 80s, they were big challengers, you know. They won lots of stuff. I will never understand the British palate. Steak, bacon, fried chicken... Yes, and baked potato is a big no. I don't understand what you think the British palate is from that sentence, dude. It doesn't seem like you do. If you said British palate and you've not mentioned like curry for a start, I think you're off. You're off it. Yeah, meat pie. I like a chicken and mushroom or a steak and ale. Have you ever baked potatoes in hot ash? Nope. How much hours you played on DayZ? Dude, I stopped counting at 20k, so quite a lot, but 20,000 and above. British palate is potatoes. No, that's the Irish palate, dude. Potatoes. We do like potatoes, though. That's like the starch. That's the that was traditionally the #1 carb, but we have shitloads of rice and pasta now, obviously, like everybody does. Where did that go? No, I'll keep the Hackosaurus actually. Ooh, I want that. That's the Stevie Steve jacket. That's the best one. Hacksaw better than the hatchet. Well, I don't need it as a melee weapon, Liam, but the hacksaw's better were I to find something that I wanted to saw off, like, for example, a FAMAS or something. A lot of people don't even realise there's 2 blue bomber jackets in the game, but they're clearly different. Like this one's schmexy. That one, the one I'm wearing is. That one is not. Potatoes are very popular around Europe, Lil Mike. Yeah, like it's basically part of the sort of regular cooking in somewhere like Prague, for example. You know, like in the Czech Republic, kind of salted, buttery potatoes is like part of their national cuisine. I personally find them particularly exciting. What is this thing? The MP153 is 12 gauge gas operated semi-automatic shotgun. Semi-auto, very nice, okay. Is it actually loaded? I didn't check it. No, it's not. "11 years of following 2 days ago." Dude, thank you. It's a long ass time. How do you guys feel about a spud with beans and tuna? I think that's really rare, Jeremiah. If you go to any cafe, they'll have all sorts of baked potato options. I don't think any cafe I've ever been in has offered that as a thing. You could have it, you could add it on, you could have like a baked potato with beans and add tuna, but it'd be revolting. No, I don't think many people have that. I'm sure 1 or 2 people love it, but it's not very common. It's not a common option to have beans and tuna. Ugh. You should try my liver lasagna recipe. You lost me at the word liver, I'm afraid. I'd rather deep throat a donkey. I'm afraid liver is not for me. Mix, I don't know what the latest clip is. What is it? Yeah, I don't want to eat liver. It's disgusting. Liver and kidneys, what your mum used to give you when you were a kid, and it was horrible. Liver is good, you're just cooking it for too long. No, I just don't like the flavour. The end. There's lots of things that are healthy that taste better than... Even fucking kale tastes better than fucking liver. Anyone got any tips for aeroplane travel with 4 kids? 11, 6 and 23-year-olds. Fucking hell. Good luck, Azab. Here's a tip. Have a fucking staycation. The best tip for flying with 4 kids, 11, 6 and 2 3-year-olds, is to fucking stay somewhere nearer and don't go. Thanks again, more Chris. Cheers for the 60 months. Or buy yourself an upgraded ticket and your missus and your 4 kids standard tickets. And say, oh, something seems to be wrong. My seat is not next to yours. Sorry about that. Don't do that, by the way. But yeah, it'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Congrats on 600k. _TRMZLUVB.
That donkey comment saying came so far out of left field I nearly choked on my saliva. Sorry, Sapien. Somebody else saying that they were spitting something out of their mouth.
Crikey, the donkey comment came so far out of left field I nearly choked on my saliva. Lol.
Juan Tap, thank you very much. Hope all is well. Cheers for the 16. Sapien, thank you very much as well. Cheers both. What do I think about David Beckham? I tend to spend most of my time not thinking about David Beckham, to be honest. I don't dislike him. I don't dislike him. I wasn't a huge fan when he was a footballer. And he was a great player. I was a fan of him in an England shirt to some extent, to be fair, but I don't know. I don't know much about David Beckham. I know they've been having disagreements with one of the kids and across social media, but I don't really go in for looking at that, so I have no clue and I don't give a shit. Laughed so hard I spat out my coffee. Oh, sorry, Joshua. My dad used to fly first class and stickers in coach. Fuck me dead, that's harsh. Please allow me to post a link to clip from Lex's stream. You can post it, Mix. I won't watch it whilst I'm streaming. I don't watch other streamers' clips while I'm streaming unless the streamer themselves puts it in. But if you wait a sec, one of the mods can give you permission. But if you want me to see it, you need to whisper it to me. It was David Beckham. He's a high quality money making machine with a formerly decent right foot. I think David Beckham's all right, though. I know he gets a lot of haters and whatnot, and I'm sure there's some reasons for it. But he's made a hell of a lot of himself, which is fair enough, you know. Like he was on TV as a really young kid, doing kick-ups and stuff. I think he was even in an advert. And from a kid doing kick-ups to where he's now, he certainly made a lot for himself. And a lot of people get annoyed about stuff like that, but I tend to think fair play on the success at least, you know. Yeah, one of the mods will have you give you permission to post the link. Mix, I don't know if anybody did it yet because it looks like you got timed. He married a Spice Girl, yeah. My mum loved him when he was a football player for Man U. Interesting. Floyd, thank you for the super chat. I don't know, dude. I've not had much to do with Hey Barbie as yet, but he seems like a pretty chill dude. I'm not going to arrange a team up via Twitch chat because what happens is I answer that question. Thank you for the super chat. But I answer that question, and then tomorrow when Hey Barbie's streaming, somebody be going, hey, TRMZ was talking about playing with you, when in fact I was answering a question, you know. If somebody's been regularly streaming DayZ for an extended period and they ask for a team up, I'd invariably say yes. It's not often I don't ever say no as far as I remember, but I tend to play with the people I already know more often than not, you know. I've not got a team up this week, but you guys all know who they are. Like, I play with the same group. I've been playing with some people for the best part of 10 years, you know, so I tend to mostly play with the people I already know, but if somebody asks, I wouldn't necessarily say no, you know. Yeah, that was kind of funny, Nonov, where he's in the background and she's describing herself as working class, and then he's like in the doorway going, "What was the make of the car your dad dropped you off to school with?" And she was like trying not to admit it was a Rolls Royce. When Badlands? Nobody knows yet, Logan. September, October is probably a good guess, but... Cheers, Floyd. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Hey, Barnby seems like a decent dude, though. He does. Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Fair play to him. I'll do you one better. Why Badlands? Well, I'm kind of looking forward to Badlands. When it's here. I'm not being weird, but just as a question, who is the most handsome player compared to Beckham in his time? Well, Beckham was the poster boy, wasn't he? You know, but he had some spells where he looked not. Oh, anyway, he was the one. David Ginola, when he was younger, like when he first arrived in the Premier League, he was smoking hot. People used to say. I don't really understand none of this. I'm afraid I've got to be honest. I don't have the eyes to work out who's fanciful or not when it comes to male footballers. I tend to judge them by whether they're any good and how much they moan at the referee. Or, I don't know, how annoying they might be, you know. But I don't tend to worry about their fitness factor on a scale of 1 to 10 on how much I find them eminently fuckable or not, you know. And TRMZ likes moaners. I actually don't. I don't. I know he's really popular with United fans, but Bruno Fernandes, for example, like he made an obvious foul the other day, and it was a foul, and I think he got a yellow for it, and he's absolutely fucking veins popping out, moaning at the ref. And I know it's just his style. He's just one of those players that if he's playing for you and he does that, you kind of laugh at it, but everyone else thinks he's the most annoying fucker on the pitch, and I happen to be in that category. Yeah, Gazza wore a wig when he first trained with Ginola. I think that was at Rangers, was it? Admits to fancying long-haired Frenchmen because I'm worth it. That was a good impression, wasn't it? Cheers, Mix. I will check it out, dude. Thank you. Let's have a little swig of coffee. What about Michael Ballack? I'm more concerned about my Ballack right now. I don't remember Michael Ballack being amazing, like poster boy or anything, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it was Everton, was it? I don't know why. I guess it was the blue that threw me off. Mrs. Radiohead, I have the eyes. Freddie Lundberg, that Calvin Klein campaign. Woo! But he went right off, though, don't he? He aged about 30 years before he left Arsenal, never mind anything else. And what was your opinion on how Hadji when you had him at Liverpool? He never lived up to the promise. He had an amazing World Cup, was signed by Liverpool, and he weren't it. In terms of looks, I'd say George Best. Well, George Best, I'm afraid, is way before my time. By the time I remember George Best, as a young football fan, he was on Saturday afternoon on Sky talking about the games. Michelle, thank you very much for the 10 memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the spitting thing with Diouf was pretty bad, Spooky. I agree. Spitting on someone is disgusting. Jack Grealish is one of the popular ones. Jack Grealish, there's like on the subject of more modern footballers that people fancy. I don't know about now, but there was a massively popular Instagram account or TikTok account about his calves. I think just a picture a day of Jack Grealish's legs. I think the women are like fucking swooning after Grealish. How is this possible? Thank you very much, Michelle. What do you think about Harry Kane? Well, I really hope he breaks the record. I really hope he wins the Champions League and World Cup this in the next couple of months. He probably won't, but how fucking cool would it be if he did? If he were to win the Champions League, when I say he, I mean him and his team, obviously. If Bayern Munich win the Champions League, I think Harry Kane's going to win the Ballon d'Or, which he's not the best player in the world, but if he scored like the best part of 60 goals and Bayern Munich win the league, he's got to win it, hasn't he? He's got to. If Dembele could win it the season before and Harry Kane scored infinitely more goals than he has, then he's going to win it. Guys, I'm going to have to go AFK. I have got a code type situation. Code. Sorry guys, I'm back. I went and got some painkillers as well. That will sort me re-eat. Okay, let's get back into the server. Thanks again, Michelle. But think I'm going to stay 37. Seems to be a lot of issues at 38. Best avoid that for now. Yeah, that's a good idea. Gerard Piqué has 2 children with Shakira, so he was also popular with women. Has he got 2 girls and they're both called Shakira? So that when Shakira's like trying to shout up, she goes Shakira, Shakira, like a song. You know, that would work, wouldn't it? Maybe that's why she sings Shakira, Shakira. And then he cheated on her. Oh my god. That's insane, isn't it? I guess there's no accounting for it. Like Hugh Grant was going out with what's her face and still got caught with a prostitute getting a BJ in a car, didn't he? Like I guess some men are bad boys no matter what. Liz Hurley, yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name. Liz Hurley, yeah. Back in the day, cheated on Liz Hurley with Divine Brine was the name of the pro. How the hell have I remembered that? There we go. Find it hard to imagine I would cheat on Shakira. Well, you just never know. I'm just talking about Hugh Grant. Maybe Liz Hurley doesn't do BJs, you know? Maybe Liz Hurley doesn't do BJs, and Hugh Grant was like, well, I've got to try it sooner or later. By the way, I cannot confirm or deny that's just that's speculation. I'm not alleging that she doesn't. She might not do, though, mightn't she, you know? Desiree Brown, was it? I thought it was Divine Brown. I was close. How about some hunting loops? No bueno. I'm not going to read that out, Ziggs. I didn't know that, by the way, but Steven Seagal, by all accounts, is an absolute fucking nutcase. I actually quite like Hugh Grant great in Paddington 2. I like Hugh Grant. I think Hugh Grant has transformed a lot. Hugh Grant, for me, the film that made me like him a bit more was About a Boy, which is an old film now. But About a Boy is an absolute classic film. And the first time Hugh Grant wasn't just the Foppy McFop, like character from Four Weddings and a Funeral, you know. He was more of a not nice guy, even though it's a nice film. But yeah, he's good in Heretic. He's brilliant as the Oompa Loompa in Charlie and the Chocolate. Sorry, in the Wonka the musical, right? He's really good as an Oompa Loompa in that. He's kind of funny. And like you say, Paddington 2. Paddington 2 is an underrated fucking masterpiece of a kids' film or a family film, you know. I think Paddington 2 is my favourite family film. I think it's great. Interestingly enough, Paddington 2 is written by the same dude that wrote Wonka as well, Wonka the musical, and they are kind of similar.
Where did the 4 years go?
Matt DeYank, thank you very much for the 47-monthening. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I don't know where the 4 years went, but we ain't going to find them down the back of the sofa. Do you need to see Paddington 1 before 2? Not really, no. You could just easily watch 2. Yeah, he was good in The Gentleman as well, although his voice in The Gentleman takes a little bit of getting used to. Matt DeYank, thank you. Velvet Monkey, thank you for the 90 months as well. Excuse me. Yeah, you can definitely just watch Paddington 2. You don't need to watch 1. Paddington 2 is great. Brendan Gleeson is great in it. Tom Davies is kind of good in it as well. They're written, both films are written by the tall, skinny dude from Horrible Histories. If anyone's got kids that watched that. But he's done really well. Like, a few of the Horrible History guys have done really well post that. But he wrote that, Paddington 2 and Wonka. Or at least he wrote the screenplays. I think he's good, Lil Mike. I think one of the things maybe at the time, I like, for example, films like Love Actually, I quite like now. You know, I love Love Actually is one of my favourite Christmas movies for sure. But at that time, when he was doing 4 Weddings and a Funeral and all the other kind of like lovey-dovey chick flick, for want of a better phrase, I really didn't like those at the time, you know, but I probably don't mind them now. He was also in Bridget Jones as well, all kind of similar sort of roles. You can only watch 3 sitcoms, comedies for the rest of time. What would they be? Fuck me. Comedies, that's a really good question. I'd have to put Phoenix Nights in there. I really liked Phoenix Nights, which was only 2 series with Peter Kay. That would be in my top 3. Yeah, Notting Hill was the one I was trying to remember. Dinosaur, thank you. Phoenix Nights would be in there. Comedy series. I'm struggling. I don't think I'd put anything from Ricky Gervais in there, as much as I quite like Derek and Afterlife up to a point. Derek was really lovely. I don't know. What? Ted Lasso is good. Ted Lasso is a good one. I quite like that. I don't know if it makes top 3 though. I guess, yeah, I'm going to have to go old school. Only Fools and Horses would be my number 1, which is very cliched, but it would be my number 1. And I'd probably go Open All Hours as my number 2, which is, again, very, very old. Red Dwarf was good, the first 2 or 3 seasons especially. You loved Extras. I didn't really like Extras until it got near the end, and then it got good. Extras was too much about what celebrity you could get in to do stupid shit, and then nearer the end it got better. Porridge was very good. I preferred Open All Hours, I think maybe because I worked in shops a lot, although I didn't work in a shop like that. Certainly not in that era either, but I just liked it. Yeah, Peep Show was good. Blackadder was very, very good as well. The British Empire, blimey, that's a blast from the past. Yes, Mr. British. I'm feeling a bit like Colin from the British Empire at the moment. I'm on antibiotics. I'm fucking coughing and spluttering. I've got a cold. I just need a sling and a great big boil on my nose, and I'm practically there. Ricky Gervais's best performance ever was at the Golden Globes a few years back. I know it gets played a lot. I don't mind Ricky Gervais. I don't particularly like his stand-up stuff personally, but some of his series have been pretty good. I think Derek is the best he did personally, but I don't really remember Still Game, to be honest. No.
I fuck your potato.
I fuck your potato. Oh, pristine. Okay. Garrett, thank you for gifting Harry the sub. Cheers for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hi, Harry. Hope you're good, dude. Thank you for coming in. Matt Diank, thank you for the 47. Velvet, thank you very much, too. Well, thank you very much for being in a giving mood. I like it. Where did that go? There we go. You go there. To be fair, I might have to take open all hours out for bottom. You've just said Rick Mayer. I watched a couple of episodes of Bottom with Miss Portland, which was an interesting choice. I don't know how well it's pretty obvious, simple humour. It's slapstick nonsense, right? But it's the sort of thing that you might really like if you'd seen it when you were young at the time, but maybe might not be so keen on now. But Bottom, I loved it. I really liked it. I was a big fan. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm taking out. I might take Phoenix Nights out. I feel bad because I really loved it. Peter Kay is a bit of a cliche now. I don't know. I know he's had some health issues, and I hope he's all right. But he got so massively famous in the UK, and a lot of it was stupid songs which I didn't really like personally. But when he was writing Phoenix Nights and Max and Paddy's, and he was more doing stand-up before he was like mega famous solely in the UK, I think he was a lot better. Tear gas. We don't need no stinking tear gas. Have you ever called Miss Portland in front of her by accident? I haven't, Nico, no. Although I might have to do that. Where the fucking hell are you? Some kind of like stealth zombie. I might have to do that. Just for lols. Best comedy duo, Two Ronnies. I think that's pretty decent. I quite like the Two Ronnies. They were really mostly before my time, but I still find them funny. Best comedy duo. Probably my pick would be Reeves and Mortimer. I went through a phase of being absolutely in love with Reeves and Mortimer, which is Vic Reeves and Bob Mortimer, obviously. They did go off a little bit. Like up until about season 2 of Shooting Stars, they were great, but they kind of slightly lost their way as a double act a little, I think, towards the end. But in their peak, they were fucking hilarious. Bob Mortimer's like done great. Like Vic Reeves is doing just fine as well. He's mostly on Insta and on social media as his real name nowadays, and he does a lot of art. And he's quite good at drawing, to be fair. He does do some good paintings and whatnot. But actually, not long after I moved into the house, there was some kind of exhibition, like sale. You could go down to somewhere in London and he was selling paintings. You could go to this stall and buy a painting from Vic Reeves, and I really wanted to go, but I just couldn't make it. Jim Moir is his name. Katarina, well, thanks for tuning into the videos. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, someone said Blackadder, yeah. Hello, hello was pretty good. Yes, Prime Minister, I was a bit too young.
Yes, the Time Minister still holds up amazingly well and is a great example of British comedy, along with Orlo Orlo.
Yes, Prime Minister, I was a bit too young when it came out. I know a bit. I feel like it it probably still stands up, but it was a little bit of the now in terms of politics in a way, perhaps. But Hello Hello was perfect because it was set during World War II. It would probably be more timeless in a way. That some of these shows, like I think, for example, Open All Hours, stands up now. It's very, very timeless. It's mostly about little nonsense, and it's a biopic of the time, of a little shop where everything's like 4p or whatever, you know. But it sort of works still. It's not really of the now humour. It's just people and how they interact, you know. That's what I said, Spoonstar. Yeah, I even said his name. Do I have a favourite painter? Yep. And the name is completely fucking... it'll come to me in a minute. Bear with me. Ken Howard is my favourite painter. I nearly had to look it up, which is abysmal. Ken Howard is my favourite. He's an impressionist painter. He died a couple of 3-4 years ago, but yeah, Ken Howard is my favourite painter. I quite like. He did a lot of impressionist paintings, an awful lot of cityscapes of Italian places like Rome and such like, and I just really like them. My ex and I used to go to the Royal Academy for the summer show that they do. We used to go most years, and Ken Howard was always on, and they were always my favourite ones. Brain slows at the age of 38. Well, it partly that. It's also because I often call him Frankie Howard. And also, like, I'm not really in the market for buying any, so like remembering like who was my favourite painter when I went last to the Royal Academy in 2023 is not actually that easy of an sort of information to access, you know. Shaun the Sheep, yeah, he does. Spoonstar, yeah. UMP. I don't know if I'm going to get to use that UMP, to be honest. And then we might end up ditching it. MP5K. I'm pleased about the stab vest. That's a good thing to have. Dangerous Brothers. Mitchell and Webb were okay, weren't they? The show they did, the Mitchell and Webb look, I think it was called. It wasn't my favourite personally. It was okay. Some things I can remember from it, like for example, there was that's Number Wang, right? It actually wasn't very funny, but it's memorable. Yeah, they're kind of stuff that wasn't Peep Show wasn't as good. I agree. I've got a pet bottle layover. I don't need the glass bottle holds less water than the pet bottle does, so there's no point having it. This one holds more water. It's very quiet. The server's got shitloads of people in it, but it's very quiet at the moment. Chamber the Bison. The Bison is chambered, dude. This server's just running a mod that means you can't tell. It's called mag obfuscation. So you can't tell how many bullets are in it, but that plus symbol means it's loaded. Fuck! Oh my god. Fuck, that sucks. The ladder did for me, and then I aimed my gun, and I must have let go, but it then unaimed, you know, that sucks. Never even got a fucking look in there. The vest didn't do me a lot of good either, did it? Oh, that fucking sucks. Is this Solnichi? I'm not doing Solnichi, it's the most dull spawn ever. Where was he? He was just on the corner of the police station. I did struggle at first to work out where the bullets were from, but I turned the right way and I just couldn't get my gun raised in time. Never even got anywhere near shooting, you know, that sucks. I kind of held the weapon raised and I must have accidentally fluffed letting it go or something, because then my gun went back down for some reason. I don't know. Too late though, I wasn't going to be winning it from there. I was kind of fucked. The vest did give me time to have a look at who killed me. That's basically what it did, yeah. Yeah, it's partly why I don't like going up ladders like that when I'm solo. It's the same reason why I don't often loot the green towers in a lot of servers where the green towers spawn loot at military areas. But yeah, shit happens. Yeah, I'm not doing Solnichi. Oh, this is nice. Prigorodki is kind of better. Not that bad of a spawn though. I think Solnichi is really dull, Garrett. And it's really dull, especially from where I've just been. I've just done a spawn that was just inland from Solnichi where I started pretty much. So I don't want to do that. I've just done all around the area. I want to do somewhere else. I think Solnichi and Three Valleys are the two worst spawns for Chernarus, personally. I think they're the most dull. They're the most dull. Solnichi is worse in almost every way than Berezino in terms of where you can go and what the loot route options are. There's really mainly one, and that's to go Solnichi to Delina and up to Polana, or from Delina across towards Steroid, but
running and running.
the loot routes are a bit dull from there.
TRMZ love.
I think to me it sounded like it was an SMG on burst. It sounded like an SMG on burst, but I'm not sure. It was an SMG that killed me, I think. You reckon they followed me up from the hunting cabins? Possibly. They might have just arrived and known I was there and waited, but who knows? Is the Bison the best submachine gun? I don't think so, Hushbang. It's great for killing Zeds, but the 380 is comparatively weak. It's decent because you've got high capacity, but if I'd got enough bullets, I'd take the UMP or the MP5 over it. Strictly speaking, an AKS-74U counts as well. I'd definitely take that as well. The AKS-74U is massively better, you know. It's a nice find. Oh well, another day, another respawn. Just got back from the pub. How's the run going? Well, I just died, so not the best.
Wheels 55 purchased 4 items for $114, including I've Been Everywhere, DayZ t-shirt. I really enjoy the fact that you leave your stamina and vitals visible on your streams. Feels more immersive. Please convince Sour to do it.
There's no convincing someone to change the way they play. He definitely won't listen, but I think personally, for me, I'd like to have it on because it's better for streaming. But Sour is more of a YouTuber, right? Like, I know he streams a lot and he's doing great, so that's not me slighting his streams. But what I mean is he started more on YouTube like I did, but he still puts a lot of focus into YouTube. And in many ways, I think for YouTube, those can make the game look a little bit more gamey. Like if you're making an edited video that's really, really movie-like, then these icons make it feel less immersive as a story that you're trying to tell, you know. So for a stream where you've got a live audience, I think these icons work really well, and I tend to use them with that in mind. But Sour's probably also thinking about his storied, edited YouTube videos, where he probably favours the immersion and the more cinematic feel of not having the icons, you know. Trizzy boy, I'm never going to answer that question, dude. Sorry, I don't want to mention what server I'm on. Wheels, thank you very much for buying the merch. I really, really appreciate it. I can see why Sour doesn't for the content he makes. You know, like he does really, really well with edited, storied YouTube videos. You know, and for that you don't really want the icons. Do I have a favourite European city? Of the ones I've been, which is not hundreds, but I've been to a few, it's definitely Rome so far, Angelo. I really like Italy. I like the food. I really like the art. There's a dude just got in that house. I think we're going to call it here before he comes and starts smacking me one. So Rome so far. It's not perfect. It's got graffiti and it's really, really busy if you go during the busy season. But Rome is just beautiful. The buildings especially, you know, like some of the old buildings. The Vatican is, like St. Peter's Basilica is awe-inspiring inside. And like you could just be walking down a little cobbled street and then there's the Pantheon or whatever, you know. It is. I really liked Rome. I've been there a lot. I found Rome very dirty. Well, it's not perfect. It's not, but no city is, you know. Most cities with a lot of people and a lot of tourists are not exactly spangly clean as a rule, but it's still beautiful. It's still got so much history, like the Spanish Steps and the Trevi Fountain and whatnot. The fountain is a pain in the ass with tourists and whatnot, and I think it's all scaffolded up at the moment too, but I think it's amazing. I think I probably will prefer, if I ever get there, and I'm sure I will, Florence. Did I end up buying a watch after all? Muttley, you don't buy watches at those shows. That you can't physically buy a watch there. It's not really what it's about. It's about displaying the new ones that you could maybe try to buy if you were going to. But given I don't talk about my own watch collection, whether I try to buy a watch or not is not going to be announced on the stream, you know. London is filthy if Rome is dirty. Well, some parts of London are not filthy. A lot of it is really well kept, but there are parts of London that are absolutely disgusting. Yeah, I agree. Well, it's the same like when I went to New York. Parts of New York were filthy, you know. You smell like sewers in places and stuff. But it's a really busy city where millions upon millions of people are eating and shitting every day, you know. Of course, there is going to be some challenges with so many people in such a small area, but if you've ever been somewhere like Delhi, your barometer for what's filthy will likely change some, because trust me, Delhi is a different kettle of fish to Rome. Yeah, Florence, when it's a bit quieter, Darth, I would really like to go to at some point, yeah. I went to... I had a weekend in Rome in April, and it was busy. Like I said this the other day, but it was when one of the previous popes was being inaugurated. So they'd already decided on the pope, and it was the weekend when he was becoming the pope, right? So he was being ordained, or whatever they call it. And so the whole place was kind of mostly focused on that. So going to it was really busy, but a lot of the tourist areas were really quiet, and so it was really great. I love Rome. We stayed a block away from the Colosseum. It was gorgeous. There are definitely gritty parts of the city, but there are so many nice things. That's definitely true. Like, you're walking through an alley and you're like, well, this is a bit crap. But then you open up into this amazing square with fountains everywhere, and you just obviously... The nice thing with Rome is that you can walk everywhere. It's really small. So walking from the Colosseum to the Vatican, which they're kind of on opposite ends, really, but they're not that far apart. You could easily walk it. One of the things that maybe gives people a false view of how clean cities are is that in a lot of cities they're so spread out that you end up taking public transport. So you go to one tourist area and then you get on the tube and then you go on metro or whatever it might be and you go to the next area. So you only get out at the tourist areas. With Rome, you just walk everywhere. So you're going down all the nooks and crannies. You're going to see it all. You know, you don't need public transport. It's actually a really small city. Colosseum to the Vatican is about 4 km. Yeah, like I say, not very far. Yeah, we walked it, no problem. Nexity, and the nice thing with South Africa is it's the same time zone as where I am. But and the question I was asked is, what's my favourite city in Europe? So hence I'm answering that way. I've never really had any strong desire to go anywhere South Africa way. I wouldn't mind doing not because it's bad, but because it's just a long way. It's a long flight from the UK, and there's way more places I'd probably rather go that are less far away. But I wouldn't mind going on some kind of safari one day. I'd like to do a safari. You can do that in the northern part of South Africa or like Kenya or whatever, but I wouldn't mind doing a safari. That would be fun, you know. Plus in South Africa you can do the diplomatic immunity line. Yes, Mr. Lad. You can do a safari in Wales too. Oh yeah. It's something, excuse me, sorry guys, it's something I think every time I've just been anywhere, but like 90 minutes to fly to Geneva, it just makes me think I should be going somewhere way more often than I do, you know, like it's so close. Like flying to most anywhere that's cool in Europe is so close to where I live, and I don't do it enough. I could be going somewhere once every 2 or 3 months, no bother, you know. Obviously time is one of the issues with that, but I should be travelling a bit more than I am, you know. And one of the reasons is that I've been perpetually busy, I guess, and now the person that I'd likely travel with more often than not is living in Portland, so if I'm travelling to see her, but maybe one day things will change on that front and we can go on some adventures, you know, that'd be cool. Go by train too. Well, it depends where you're going to. Like, if you're going to Geneva, then going by train makes absolutely no sense. If you were going to, like, Brussels or something, maybe, but it depends where you're going. Like, I wouldn't want to get the train to Rome. I'd much rather fly. And the hassle of flying, I know there's been a few challenges lately, but it's so much better than it used to be, you know? Like, when we went to Geneva, we had a checked bag, right? Checked like a suitcase. We just shared one suitcase between us and checked it. And both times now, I think, unless I'm unlucky, I've had this with Ryanair as well. By the time you get to the travelator where your bags are just popping up, you know, like getting in and out of airports is way better now than it was, unless you're unlucky. If you get unlucky and something's not quite right on the day, then you can be fucked. But if everything runs kind of well, it really is easy, you know, like going to Prague the last couple of years, I've flown with Ryanair with a checked bag, and my checked bag is waiting for me by the time I get to the travelator. Yeah, now that I stream part-time Redline, 5 days last week. Hi, Emiliano. Yeah, I died in Novi Sobor, and so I've just started a new life. They are knife boots, Trippy, yeah. Have I been anywhere in the South Pacific? I've never been anywhere South Pacific at all. The furthest south I've been, I think, is Barbados. Oh, mate, where's India? I don't even know where India relates to the equator. Actually, I think it's north of the equator, isn't it? I'm struggling to know for definite. Does it go across the equator? It doesn't, does it? I honestly can't tell without like even thinking about it. But I've never been south of the equator anyway. Oh, and India's huge, yeah. It's like mountains and really cold in the north and like tropical practically in the south. It's big, but it's northern hemisphere, isn't it? But I don't know if Barbados is closer to the equator than where I was in India or not. I'm not entirely... Fuck me. Just fucking waiting in there. I did well to get out and get the door closed there, to be honest. I don't know what... Oh, well, that's why. He's got no bullets for that. His gun jammed. That's lucky. Oh, I feel a bit. I feel bad for that guy. He's got a pristine mag and a worn gun, and I think he was having to unjam his gun. I think that's absolutely bollocks, isn't it? What an absolute pain in the fucking shit that is. Like, in what world is it right that his gun jammed there when the mag's pristine and the gun's worn? I think that's just dog shit, isn't it? I think it's a lot easier to talk about it forcefully now when it's somebody else that's... I've just been the benefit of it, and I still think it's wrong. There's no way his gun should jam in that scenario. It's just stupid. Well, I say that. It sounded like it jammed, but it's not jammed now, so maybe he was pressing the wrong button. Yeah, bullets don't... The condition of your bullets don't affect whether your gun jams or not. No, so that's not what it was. Used to be that way, but not for a long time. Like, the sound he was making was more like he was taking a bullet out. It wasn't the jammed... Like, we heard the sound. I don't know if his gun actually jammed. Because it's not jammed now. I think he was just fucking around fluffing the wrong button, to be honest. In which case, he gets what he gets. Been alive a long time. Poor bastard. What bag is that? How many slots? 42. What was the backpack from yesterday with the gun slot? That was just a regular bag, dude. It was just that shotgun was going on the sawn-off shotgun thing because it was a modded shotgun. Any backpack in vanilla would have taken that. Right, okay, there we go. I'm not convinced he was, because the sound we heard, I think, was this sound. That's what we heard. He wasn't doing the gun jam, bashing his thing. I think he was fucking around with his gun. Maybe he was relatively new. He might have reloaded the mag, but maybe he had two mags that were fairly low on bullets, perhaps, yeah. But yeah, it wasn't jammed anyway, so I was going off on it being jammed. It wasn't jammed. Yeah, cheers, Emiliano. It's nice to get the come up there, to be honest. Oh, bollocks. Now I've got 2 damaged rags. Bandages. Oh well. Maybe no round in the chamber when he tried to fire. Well, he already did fire Giraffe, and then he was fluffing around with it afterwards. In the ICU unit of my hospital. Charles Morgan. Well, I hope you're on the mend, dude. Holy shit. Hope all goes well. Do I need another one of those mags? I don't think I do. Pristine. 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 I think 2 mags is enough. Right, I'm not going to... Well, maybe I should. I didn't drink at the last one because it didn't feel safety. I kind of need to fill up here. Should be able to take people's beards as trophies. Fuck. Sounded loud. Holy shit.
Cheers, young man.
Bollocks. Fuck me dead. I got kind of lucky there. I felt rough as fuck, but thankfully the hipfire shots dug me out of the hole. My ADS felt so fucking ropey. I'm glad I got myself dug out of that, but there we are. Let's just try and get a mag full. Whew. It's a shame he's got a stab vest on, and I think I've ruined it. Okay, let's go. Let's leave. I never did get all of the bottles full, but I got one full. That'll have to do for now. I don't want to fuck around at that anymore. There's been too many shots. Were those knifey booties? Yeah, I've got a pair already though, dude. I've got a pair of knifey booties on. Same ones. Still need water. No, I got a bottle filled up. That'll have to do. I don't want to risk anymore. It's kind of cool as well. One dead guy had the hunting scope. The other dead guy's got the carbine. Dead dude number 1 also had quite a few bullets in mags. So we're now more geared than we were at Novi Sobor. CR527 with a mag and a scope and a handful of spare bullets is pretty good going. No name. I believe there is a ban in smoking that is incremental with your age. I think, but I don't know the ins and outs of it, dude. So, like, there'll be people at a certain age that, as they get older, it just won't be. I don't know how the fuck they're going to police that, but yeah, that's the theory, I think. Why do you not keep more items on the digits? I only keep the things I actually use on the hotbar. I don't need bandages or things like that on there at all. I keep things that will save my life in a heartbeat on there. So a melee weapon for killing Zeds. A primary weapon for long range, a closer weapon for close range PvP, and then a suppressed pistol if I have one. But I don't keep much else on there, because everything else is just something I'll accidentally get out in a firefight when I don't want to. So in the old game, it used to be more important to, like, the way that bleeding and health and stuff worked. So I used to hotbar the bandages, but nowadays there's no reason to. Charles, dude, you've been having trouble with your heart. Well, I hope everything goes okay, dude. Good luck. Should they reduce the number of hotbar slots? I don't think so. No, some people use them. I think the hotbar slots increase with the clothes you're wearing and such like, you know? I think the hotbar slots are okay. I don't think they need to mess around with them personally. Okay, right, so, pretty good. Zigzy, well, I do apologise for breaking your heart. Right, let me fix the knife. What do you mean change nowadays that you don't need to hotbar meds? Well, there's a few reasons. So, you can hotbar a bandage, right? Nowadays, you just hardly ever die to blood loss. You used to die to blood loss more often years ago. It's really rare that you... Like, in the old medical system, back in the days where you used to get bright green energized and bright green hydrated and stuff, you used to die to blood loss quite a lot. Whereas now, because of the way bleeding is, you can have 4 bleeds and bandage. You have blood pressure, so your blood loss slows as your blood gets lower. You very, very, very rarely die to blood loss. And if you do, it's because you've been really injured, you've woken up in a firefight, and then you're getting hit by zombies, or you're bleeding and you're not able to bandage for whatever reason. Maybe your hand state bugged, or you run out of bandages or something. But it's never as urgent now as it used to be. Morphines don't insta-heal a leg anymore, so if you having a morphine hotbarred used to be really useful because you could break your leg and then morphine and sprint away. You know, that doesn't work anymore. So there's no urgent, it's going to save your life nature to it. And there's other things as well, like bandages can become... I thought I did that. Bandages like this one can become not disinfected, right? And when you're going to bandage, it's normally a good idea to make sure your bandage is still disinfected, because if you get shot and you get hit, or you get hit by a zombie, it can change the disinfected status of your bandage, and then you can get sick as a result if you bandage with it. So every time I bandage, I drag the bandage, and I also check that it's disinfected. Whereas if I hotbar it, if that one was hotbarred and I hadn't checked it, I could have been bandaging with something that's going to cause me an hour-long heartache while I try to fix myself. You think the UMP is bugged? I think it's alright. I thought I already tried to load it, so something might have been funky with it, dude. You might be right, but... But the meds... It's fine to just keep bandages on the left like that, and you're never really in so much of a hurry that you can't do it like that. The medical system has tweaked and changed over the years, and nowadays it's just nowhere near as urgent. You've got enough time None of them are, like, a morphine used to be something I would always keep hotbarred in case somebody broke my leg. You know, back in the day, you could have been running in an open field, get your leg broken. Like, if you were lucky enough to get your leg broken here, you could get a morphine, like, take it, and then sprint away like nothing had happened because it would heal a leg instantly, you know. Nowadays, you put a splint on, it takes 20 minutes for your leg to heal. So the morphine is not so critical, it's not going to save you in the same way. Hey CJ, you're right, dude. How far am I in the run? Christoph, I died and then I started again, so I've only been alive on this character, I don't know, maybe half an hour or something like that. Not long. I only spawned in Prig and we're quite close by even now. Is it true that back in the day when you got knocked uncon, you were uncon for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes? It was possible. I once had a firefight at VMC. It's in a video somewhere. I had a firefight at VMC, and I walked into a barrack and there was 2 players in there, and they sort of shot at each other. That was in their crossfire, and one shot the other one, and I killed one and maybe knocked the other. I forget, but anyway, in the end, those 2 were dead, and I got knocked unconscious, and I was unconscious for 23 minutes in a barrack at VMC, and woke up and managed to get away. Yeah. 23 minutes I was unconscious for in a military base. Obviously, if you were unconscious and you were bleeding, you bled out. But if you were unconscious and you weren't bleeding, you could be unconscious for an extended period. I don't remember the name of the video, dude. No, it was ages ago. Let's get all the food. Don't need the alarm clock, thank you very much. Shotgun, well, thankfully I didn't see it, but some people just can't let it go. Some people are so hell-bent on whatever it is they're talking about that they have to spill it over everywhere. I can barely go on some social media platforms now because it's so fucking polarised about certain subjects, and it's just constant drivel about the same thing from either side. It's just dull. Did your bum hurt afterwards? No, but it hurts today, Danish. Could be a bot as well. Yeah, you're right. That definitely happens too. Ah, yeah. It's been kind of nice after the first life of not much happening and struggle and then death. It's nice to have gotten a couple of kills, but both as well. The best kind of kill for me, where you're unknown that the players are there and they shoot at you and then you kill them. They're the best kills, you know. One kill where someone tries to kill you first is worth like 10 kills where you're just executing people, you know. It's way more fun. Where they shoot first and then you get Revengo. That's the best type of kill. When was the doc appointment? I had this morning, Danish. I managed to get an appointment which I was quite pleased about. It can be a bit of a lottery sometimes, especially after a bank holiday weekend. But got the appointment this morning. 2 weeks of doxycycline for bollochitis. Yeah, sorry Chris, we don't do politics, so the second half of that message was definitely politics, dude. But I hope you have a nice holiday. It is everywhere, Diggy, yeah, it is. Wait, people survive being shot at first. If you get lucky, yeah, quite often they miss. You know, that's the one nice thing. You know, sometimes you're moving and they miss. My mods are such a pain in my nads. Yeah. Bollochitis cracked me up, yeah. Well, people understand what bollochitis is, but if you tell them you've got epididymitis, people go, what's that? It's an infection in my epididymis. What's that? Beyond the bollocks, mate. You were at the doctor. Have you got on the cooties? I guess I've kind of just covered that, Elf. Yeah. It is painful. It feels a bit like you've been lightly kicked in the nuts, but near permanently. It's not good. It started happening the week before Miss Portland came here as well, which sucked. And I've had it before, and it kind of went away a bit, which was fine. But it didn't really go away, so I finally had to sort it out. So essentially, what happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas. No, I'm quite happy to say not really over it. It's nothing to do with an STI. It can be, but I haven't got an STI. It can be caused by all sorts of different things. But yeah, commonly in very young peeps, it is an STI, but it's not me, thankfully. Do I have an absolute favourite memory from DayZ? Not really, dude. There's a few from 2014 where I was just kind of finding my way as a YouTuber that really stick out. Meeting Hollis, which is in a video called The Dark and the Light, was one, for example. Crazy Chris was a crazy adventure. My best ever single interaction with another player, I think. But there isn't really one that stands head and shoulders above all the others, you know. A lot of them are more memories about things about me becoming a YouTuber or whatever it might be, you know, like... Maybe my 1970s running shorts are too short, too tight. Yeah, they might be. Sure you don't have pneumocock hole pneumonia? I don't think I do. Oh my god. The one problem about epididymitis is that it doesn't go well with sitting on a chair. It's hurting at the moment. It's like oh, I've already looted this. It's just like a fucking ache in my fucking testicle. I'm not having fun. I ain't having fun. I'm sitting on a pillow.
Keep on running. Thanks for all the great content over the years.
Fuck me, I thought that was a player. I just heard the gravel. Thankfully, apparently, I'm having a read up within 2 to 3 days that should start easing massively. Now I've got the... But oh my god, it's sore. How about the first time you got paid from YouTube? The first time I got paid that was significant was from Twitch, Paul, man. But... But when I went full time as a creator, I was earning less than $50 a month on YouTube, dude. Twitch is the thing that allowed me to become a full time creator. That's kind of flipped over a bit over the years now. I earn much more from YouTube now than I do from Twitch, but yeah, Twitch is what really. I think from memory, YouTube you had to earn $100 to actually get the money. And I'm not even convinced I'd received one thing by the time I went full time, because the money on YouTube is nothing when you have to be getting like a lot of views, hundreds of thousands of views a month for it to really be worthwhile. And when you first start out, obviously you're not getting those back, you know. For nearly 2 decades after my second hernia surgery at age 10, every couple of months or so, some nerves would get crossed and it would feel like someone had full kicked me in the right... Oh my god, that sucks, Uncle Food. Second time I've seen you stream ever. Leben, well, thanks for tuning in. We've been mostly talking about my testicles today, Leben. It's been very interesting. You've missed out. Johnny Blaze, sorry, it took me a little minute to see it, but thank you very much for the 20 months. Red Z, thank you as well. CJ, thank you for the very long resub. Cpodivin, thank you very much. 16 as well. Cheeky and Face Getter, thank you too. Inspector Columbo, before that, thank you. Wheels, thank you for buying the merch. Are you excited for Badlands, or does it seem potentially a bit gimmicky? We don't really know a great deal about it right now, P. Diggy, so I think it's impossible to think it looks a bit gimmicky just yet. I don't really see why we've not been given any info on it yet. I like the idea of a map made by the devs that's bigger than Chernarus, and they're going for a Chernarus feel. Because that implies it's going to be very big and very complex with lots of loot routes and lots of choice. No thanks. One of the big problems with Sakal and Livonia is there are not enough choices, there are not enough loot routes, there are not enough places to travel and visit, whereas this map has been made for much longer and it's been made from the ground up. So hopefully the balance of choice and feeling like there's always somewhere to go is going to be much better, so that's good. As far as being excited, it's too early yet, dude. Like, we don't know when it's coming out, you know. If it were next week, I'd be excited. Is your affliction the reason for the saying being testy? Well, it's why I am right now, but I don't think it is otherwise. Buy some Shinesty undies with the ball pouch. I prefer not to have the support right now. It would be incredibly uncomfortable. Livonia is not exactly blessed with enough loot routes, Lexity. Sorry, not Lexity, Nexity. Crunchy Crew, well, congratulations on the partnership, dude. GG. Yeah, I guess we ought to do the gun. The dude down there. Oh, he's got a gun in his hand. He's fair game. He has a vest on. Oh, how close was that? Did he go in the house or did he go... I don't even know where he went. I've got to move to the other hill. He may have gone in the house, I don't know. Ooh. Oh, fuck me, I just can't land a shot. Fuck me dead. So there's two, and I'm meandering around on the top, on the edge of a hill. Let's get up the top. Right, I can see him. He can see me. I ain't really ready for this. I'm gonna blame it on my bollocks. It's all my bollocks' fault. How the fuck did that miss? That felt like fucking nailed on. I'm not letting him get close because he's got Oh shit, he's still in the hill. That's the other one. There's another one somewhere. God, he's really fucking heavy. What the fucking hell gun was that? Fair play. I hit him clean in the upper body and he just tanked it, whereas whatever he hit me with, I'm fucking yellow. Fair play though, he did play better than I did, but I finally hit the fucker and it actually helped me not at all. Oh, that sucks. I missed too many shots, to be fair, so it's my own doing. I felt pretty good with the pistol, but anything where I'm ADSing, I felt terrible. No, it wasn't a third party. There was two. There were two together. So one was coming around the left side of the rocks. The other was coming around the right. But yeah, he absolutely fucked me with that. Oh, did I not? Did I have I didn't have a stab vest, did I? That's why. Like, he's wearing a stab vest. The CR527 is pretty powerful, but on this server, I think it takes a bit more to get a kill. I think I'm not going to do this spawn. It's almost exactly the same as the fucking spawn I did first life. James, to everyone looking after a parent with dementia and then their heart symbol. Dude, fair play. I hope everything's going as well as it can with what you're going through, dude. Thank you. Guys, I'm going to go and make a coffee and give myself an excuse to stand up for a minute. But yeah, I ain't feeling particularly comfortable. I can't blame the death on that. My shooting was my shooting, but I ain't fucking comfy at the moment. I really need these meds to start working, because sitting in the... Oh, bollocks, and I pressed the wrong fucking thing. Oh, well, that's a nice job. Hang on. Yeah, I want to stand up. I need to not be sitting down. My fucking ass is killing me. Well, I've just pressed the... Right, I'll be back. We'll have to suicide when I get back. I meant to respawn and I've left the fucking server. It's all going wrong. Right, I'll be back.
TRMZ love, shout out to the mods for making sure the community experience is great as always.
guys. James, it's not a problem. I'm glad to be able to talk about it, dude. Like, dementia is a big deal. It affects 1 in 2 of everybody, pretty much. Not in terms of having it, but having somebody in your family that has it, or you have it, one or the other, you know? Don't drink it. Caffeine can exacerbate inflammation, making the pain and swelling associated with it. I can't even say it now. Epididymitis work. Uncle Google said so. Oh, it's too late, dude. I've been having coffee already. I don't think it's going to make it worse. The chair's making it worse. I think I might join the other character where I'm geared. I think I might do that. What are we, 2.5 hours in? Yeah, I'm going to join the geared server, which means I think we'll be at Tissy. Yep, Tissy Mill Base. Where did Big Paul go? I went to make a coffee. And mainly stand up because I'm not enjoying today at all. It's actually worse than yesterday. Even the painkillers ain't helping. Yeah, Matt, I'm on doxycycline, 2 weeks, 2 weeks course of it, but I've only taken 1. Oh, please don't do it to me. Fuck me. Alright, we're going to have to try again. Yeah, doxycycline. It's 100 mg, which I think is relatively strong. Right, okay. I'll have to try again. So it's 100 mg twice a day, but for 2 weeks. The last time I had this exact course for this exact thing, I got really severe depression in the 2nd week as well, which I've never had. I've never had any issues. I've never had any depression in my life ever. But the last time I had 2 weeks worth of this antibiotic, it really affected me badly. So I'm very much hoping it doesn't do that this time. I just Google what's that, and one thing it treats is STIs. Yeah, it does. It does, Johnny Twitch. It also treats epididymitis, yeah, which can be caused by an STI, but... What's the anti-NVIDIA selector? I don't really know what it does, Tenko, but it's something to do with in-video filters or some shit. I don't know, but I don't really know. It's to try and stop you grifting in the game, I think. Doing work. Thank you for the 57 months. Thank you. Right, so this, what have we got? We've got a VS89. With no scope. Okay. I'm going to die on this server in about 10 seconds. I can already feel it coming. Paul, don't ignore Paul Redline. Oh, great. Serious question, how droopy are your balls? My Herman Miller has never hurt my balls. My Herman Miller isn't hurting my balls.
In all seriousness, hope you get well ASAP. Been coughing my brains out
I don't
for
think
2
you're
weeks.
understanding.
Love you, bye.
The chair's not hurting my balls. I have an infection in the epididymitis, in the epididymis. Stop taking the piss, because I'm going to get annoyed. Seriously. I'm actually sitting here like I've got fucking the equivalent of toothache in my fucking nadgers, and it's really not fun. So let's try to avoid piss taking, please. I mean in general here, by the way. Sorry, I'm not really trying to aim that at one person. I'm literally sitting here like wishing I wasn't. Let's just put it that way. Like if someone kicked you in the balls and then you had to go to work for the day, and every time it just felt like it went away, they kicked you in the balls again. That's basically how it feels. Yeah, sitting can certainly. It might be that sitting is what's made it happen potentially, but it's usually some kind of infection, like a piece of bacteria or some kind of germ gets stuck. It can be caused by an STI, but yeah. Anyway, sitting maybe isn't helping, but it certainly isn't helping right now. As you can tell, though, it's making me a bit grumpy. Can you sit perched on the edge of the stool? Well, I was perched on the edge of the chair just now, but it somewhat inhibited my ability to play the game. But yeah, apologies guys, I might be a touch grumpy, but as might you be if you were trying to pretend to be happy whilst you fucking feel like you've been kicked in the knackers. Pristine. Pristine. Oh, do it. I'll keep that one. Why am I even taking that? I don't know. SKS? Don't need. I don't really want to loot here, but I could do with a mag for the SV98. Yeah, I meant mag when I was talking about scopes. I did mean mag. If I said scope, I meant mag. Oh, fuck me. Sitting on an ice pack will not help, dude. It's like really internal. I can't. Am I hearing things? It's like there's no solution other than waiting for the antibiotics to work. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, Brad, I've been getting a little bit of pain in my lower back as well. Yeah, I have. No, it's all good, crowd. Yeah, you're all good, dude. Listen, I didn't join this grumpy old man stream to listen to some grumpy old man streaming. Fair point.
Me and my partner go to Portugal tomorrow morning, so got 7 days of watching you by the pool.
Oh, dude, have a nice time. I am a bit jealous. That sounds delightful. Have I tried THC? No. James, your dad's got vascular dementia. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your dad, dude. I hope you can still have some positive memories made between now and, unfortunately, when things get worse and worse, I'm afraid. But I hope everything can go as well as it can and you get some positive memories, dude. I haven't watched the compilation yet, Sigsy, but I did see you done it. I will check it out, yeah. He does do a lot of Oh. I'm not even sure if this is the best place to find an SV98 mag, but... Who will win today, Arsenal or Atletico Madrid? I hope Arsenal do, but I'm not really sure, dude. I hope it's Arsenal. Pristine? Oh, my one's worn. Actually, let's put one more bullet in there. There is Bruticus. There's a right way and a wrong way for it to be. The spacings of the stripes aren't the same. Oh, fuck me dead. Oh, what an idiot. I just completely fucked that up. I was convinced that was a KA-74. It's not.
You're fancy enough, can't you pay a maid to hold your coin purse on a little pillow in the palm of their hand all day?
That I don't think that would help right now, to be honest, Turd, but yeah, it seems like a good idea. The real game is the other semi-final. I guess not if you're an Arsenal fan, but it's nicely poised. Both of the semi-finals are nicely poised. Obviously, playing at I nearly said Highbury then, playing at the Emirates, and it was 1-1 in Spain. Arsenal have got the best chance. You'd hope they would go through. But the other game, obviously it was 5-4 in Paris. You know, what a great game. Surely you'd expect more goals in that as well. But I'm hoping Bayern get through. I'd like to see Bayern get through if possible. Hi Mike, you're right, dude. M16. No bueno. Right. I really do need an SV98 mag, but I'm not sure here is the place. Have a whiskey. I don't think the first day I've just been given 2 weeks of antibiotics is the day to start drinking alcohol, to be honest. Or it could be the perfect storm. Have I tried cocaine? I've never tried cocaine in my life, actually, Pixie, no. I'm afraid that particular boat has completely passed me by. Or floated by, whatever. Iced fishing, yeah, it's not a bad idea, dude. I'll see how I go with the antibiotics. I have had a blood test for checking stuff like that with regards to cancer relatively recently for something else. So I don't think it is that, dude. I also had epididymitis in 2021 as well, so I've had it. This is the second time I've had it. But yeah, sorry to hear about that, dude. I'm glad you got sorted. I did have to get my cock and balls out in front of the doctor earlier, so they did have a fuck around and feel up my testes. I'm sure everybody wants to hear about this, but to be fair, guys, one of the reasons why I'm talking about this, just to be serious for a slight second, I'm making light of it, right? Especially the tiny, tiny penis the poor doctor saw today. But one of the reasons why I'm not, like, some people are a bit afraid to go to the doctors, and if they've got a problem, they don't go. You know, like people like even I've had this for like 3 weeks, and I've delayed it a bit. I should have gone already. I should have gone sooner than I have. But anyway, I've gone now. But nonetheless, one of the reasons why I'm actually talking about it is that some people literally try not to go for stuff like that and then end up with all sorts of problems. You know, so it is a good idea to get yourself checked out. But the doc did manually check my testicles, right? It's not the sort of thing that really bothers me, though. Telling you guys that I've got epididymitis, I couldn't give a shit, you know. It's no skin off my nose. It doesn't bother me, you know. Like, I'm not really the sort of person that gets embarrassed about stuff like that. We all have bodies, right? I don't care. Uh, 23. I'm wondering if I could go back and get the pristine AKM now. I've got that other mag. What kind of small talk do you hit out when your balls are being cradled? To be honest, it didn't take him very long. He was like, I'm just checking to make sure there aren't any lumps. And then he did that, and then that was it. And to be honest, at that time, Mike, all that was going through my head was, please don't ask me to turn around so you can stick your finger up my arse. That's the honest truth. I wasn't concerned with making small talk. I was more sizing up the size of his fingers in case he was going to check anywhere else.
Hey, fuck your potato.
That was my main thing right there and then, you know, like I if it has to happen, it has to happen, but I was just more concerned with where those rubber gloves were going next. Fun fact, alcohol doesn't affect antibiotics. They originally told people not to drink while taking them because they were mainly prescribed for STDs in the olden times with drink and hired ladies. I think that's true. In fact, there was something on QI about it. But alcohol is a bit of a poison, more so than most other things, you know. It makes you feel worse. So if you're feeling ill, alcohol is not a good thing to have, you know. And people that are really heavy drinkers might disagree, but any alcohol is not the best thing for you if you're a bit under the weather, irrespective, you know, like it can make you feel worse for sure. It might not actually impact the effectiveness or the efficacy of the antibiotics too much, but it still can to some extent. Oh, I like that one. Look at that. That's all. Where did the bullet go? Okay, right, that's that. Is the AKM or AK-74 better in your opinion? I don't really think it matters. I think the AKM is very, very slightly more powerful, but in reality they both behave so similarly. In a firefight against somebody wearing a plate carrier, you have to hit with the same number of shots with each to knock them unconscious, likely to kill them. In the real world, when you're shooting, it makes next to no difference to me with which one you have. You can get a drum mag for the AKM, but the drum mag I'm not personally a huge fan of. I remember a few years back I had to have a few prostate exams over the space of 2 to 3 years. I said I'm sorry about this to the doctor. He said don't worry about it. I'd be more worried if you were enjoying it. I have told this story, but Lebo, yeah, I think that's fair play. By the way, I saw the doctor a good while ago. My dad was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and the specialist that was diagnosing him advised me to see a doctor myself, just to be checked myself, because my dad's prostate cancer was Gleason 9, which is very, very, like, it's like 9 and 10 are the highest ones, so if you're going to get it, you want it to be a lower number, not a high number. And the specialist advised me to go to a doctor, so I went to the doctors and asked for a PSA check, and he did check my prostate, so he put the rubber gloves on and checked my prostate and whatnot. And then about 3 or 4 weeks later, I got tonsillitis, and I had to go back to the doctors, and it just so happened that I ended up seeing the same doctor. And I can't remember what his name was, but anyway, I went and saw the same doctor, and I walked in and he was like, how can I help you? I was like, well, thankfully it's not the same as last time, you won't need your rubber gloves. And he was like, he looked at the notes and realised, he was like, and he instantly turned round, like in a heartbeat, and just went, well, let's not be so hasty, and kind of put a gleeful smile on, like like basically he was pretending like he enjoyed it. It was kind of funny. It's the funniest encounter I've ever had with a doctor. It's like, well, let's not be so hasty, you never know. And I was like, well, I think I've got tonsillitis. Like, probably won't get away with that, will I? It's kind of funny. Right, okay, I really, really don't want to keep looting here, but... Oh, big pause. SV98 mag. I want one. Maybe we could go to West Evac. Try Cresta. I don't know, I really don't want to loot the tents. The tents at Tissy are an absolute nightmare. Hey Soggy, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Chopper Down, thank you for the 43 months. Cheers for the support. Garrett, thank you for gifting Mike the sub. Sorry it took me 5 minutes to spot it, but thank you very, very much. In my defence, at least I'm at Tissy Millie Base, so I have an excuse. Joe Woozer, thank you for the 43 months. Turd Burglar, cheers again, dude. Thank you. Oh, God almighty, I am not comfy. Well, I'm glad to hear it, Garrett, yeah. There's a mag in those tents, and I can't even go up the stairs. There probably is a mag in those tents, but I don't like the... Tissy tents is just a death sentence. It's always a death sentence. I don't want to do it. In fact, he forgot so quick he needed notes. Dude, if you'd seen a doctor 3 or 4 weeks ago, they're seeing so many patients all the time. The chances of remembering it, even if he stuck his finger up your bum, he ain't going to remember shit. Or I wouldn't. You know, like, I wouldn't. Can a PSA be done by checking your wee? I don't know. It's always a blood test for me. I've no idea if they can do it with urine. As far as I know, it's a blood test. I end up getting mine done every 2 or 3 years because of my dad's prostate cancer. The same dude that saw my dad recommended I get it checked every 2 years. It's actually something that if you happen to be a man... Now, I'm a lot younger than this. I've been getting my prostate, my PSA checked for quite some time. My dad got... I think he got it in like 2019, so I've been having my PSA checked for like 7 years roughly. I've had it done 3 times, I think. But if you're mid to late 40s, getting on for 50, you really should be checking it. So if you go to the doctors, they'll normally do it anyway. But it's a good thing to get checked. You know, prostate cancer is something that gets missed really, really often because there's no there's no symptoms for a long time. Like, you can have it for a long time before you know you've got it. So yeah, it's a worthwhile thing to get checked when you get to mid-40s or thereabouts. Ben, yeah, a decent thing to do. In the UK, it's something that's been in the news quite a lot lately. There's no actual screening for prostate cancer, and it's really common, you know. So if you're going to get tested for it, it's normally going to come from you or the doctor being actually good at his job, you know. But obviously, it's really important that with women they have like smear tests for cervical cancer, and they have breast scans and such like, and there's screening for those things, and as well there should be. But with men, the most common form of cancer is prostate cancer, and there is no screening in the UK. So if you're going to get it, you might not know about it, you know. Like, you're much better off, like, driving that yourself, you know. If you're in your 40s or so, if you happen to be at the doctor's, ask for a PSA test. They may well check your prostate, but you'll just have to deal with that. There should be screening automatically, Pinkster. There should. There was actually something that was being talked about recently, and they came back and recommended no screening, which seems nonsense, really, but it'd be a cost-saving thing, I suppose. Well, it's never felt good to me, Mike, but if you enjoy a finger up the arse, then you're welcome, you know, but it's never... I guess it's maybe the setting that puts me off, but the first time I had to have it done, I still don't fully understand why the doctor needed to do it, but I had suspected appendicitis, and we had a doctor... I went to school with a bad stomach, but my parents thought I was fucking about, so they sent me to school. I ended up coming home from school about 9:30, and I was really ill, so a doctor actually came to the house rather than me going to the doctor's surgery. And on the sofa couch in my living room, I had to lie on my side while he put rubber gloves on and checked my bumholio. And I think I was about 14. I really didn't enjoy it. Not gonna lie, I don't think anybody would at any age personally, but yeah, I was not a fan. Let's put it that way, and it's probably put me off for life. We're all going to die one day. We're all going to die one day, one way or another. That doesn't mean you should ignore things that mean you can live longer, Jurgis. That's a really strange attitude. Like, and you can gamble all you want, but yeah, things that you can easily be screened for are probably worth screening for, aren't they? You know, like prostate cancer is pretty much 100% survival rate if you get it diagnosed early. But if you don't get it diagnosed early, it can be really, really serious. I think that's what Chris Hoy's got, isn't he? So Chris Hoy, I think, is prostate cancer, but it's spread to other places, you know. It's if you catch it early, you can have your prostate removed, you can have radiotherapy. It's really treatable, and most people survive. Pretty much everyone survives. But if you don't get it early, it's really serious. So, yeah, I like being all blasé about it and then regretting it later would probably be a bit unwise. So I'm just kind of cutting across the corner of the map. I'm going to head towards Tricresta, I think. P. Diggy, yeah, that's right. They like, people have prostate cancer and live a long time with it, and like there's many treatments, but it can spread to other areas really easily. Interesting technique, Dubs. You're going to have to create a wall chart to see if she can hit the numbers, right? she'll just be like, well, okay, 6 out of 7 days worth is all on you then, I'm afraid, sorry. Oh, I forgot this was here. This is that bunker thing. This area we're about to see is specific to this server. It's not in the game. Paulie, I don't know what you're talking about there, but if you're talking about a PSA check, everyone's got a different baseline, so what you need to do is know what your baseline is, ideally when you're younger. But people that get prostate cancer very often don't have symptoms for a long time, so you can't just go by that. That's not true. That's partly why they decided against a screening program, because there are a few false positives that are generated from it. But by and large, it's still a very good barometer, especially if you've got a yardstick of your own PSA. Like, I know what my PSA is. I knew what it was 7 years ago. So if I get it checked, I know where it should be. If it suddenly goes up massively, then I know there's a problem, you know. You can't keep an eye on your symptoms for prostate cancer, because you could have it for 2 years with absolutely no symptoms. You wouldn't even know. Hi Zed Rams, you're right, dude. John, I've been in there a few times. I've been in there when I've had the key card from the quarry as well. But I never found much in there. I must have got unlucky, but I got absolutely fuck all in there, except for when I went in the key card room and it was all the zombie stuff. Raymond, I don't know. I've got no team-ups booked at the moment. I've just come back from holiday and I'm kind of just trying to get through each stream at the moment. I'm in a little bit of pain, so I'm not really feeling a team-up right now. I'm struggling. So I've got no team-ups booked just for now. There will be some. I'll be doing 1 or 2 a week again soon enough. But right now, I'm too much of a mizog. I just need to get these meds to work and be able to sit without feeling like I've been kicked in the nuts. Where is that bunker? It's just above Sinnerstock. Wonder actually if we should just go back and check for the convoy spawn while I'm here. Shoestring, like I said before, I'm not booking any collabs just for now because I'm too grumpy. Paul, I just had this really weird vision pop into my head. I just imagined you had an arse x-ray and the doctor find his watch. Lol, sorry. Well, as far as I know, they've not been fisting me, but I hope that's not the case. You'd think I'd know. It's all good, Shoestring. It's all good. We're told, yeah, that's interesting. And there's no hard and fast, one-size-fits-all answer to anything, is there? But making sure you're doing the best you can is probably wise, you know? My dad was showing an inflated PSA and markers for prostate cancer for years, and they couldn't find it. They were like, the test is it's showing that you're likely to have something, but then they were doing scans and couldn't find it. But it was the fact that he'd had a high PSA that meant they kept checking, and then they did find it. You know, like so, like he had a high PSA for something like 4 or 5 years before they actually found that his prostate was cancerous. You know, so but the fact that he'd had the PSA and it was abnormally high. At first, I guess they would have possibly called it a false positive, but it was maybe like it was raising and elevating before he'd actually. Anyway, whatever. They thought he'd had something for 4 or 5 years before he ultimately did have it. You know. Kind of sucks that the snooker's over. Nobody's mentioned it. I guess the snooker's a bit of a niche sport, really. But what a great fucking final. I think Wu Yiza was really lucky in the final frame. He deserved to win it. He played absolutely great. I think Murphy would have deserved to win it too, though. But Yiza got so lucky with where his ball finished right up against a yellow, and it absolutely fucked Murphy. And that was the turning point. Murphy did have a chance though. He kind of slightly messed up a positional shot when he had the first chance to get in. And messed up a positional shot, and then he had to play safe. But Yiza kind of got in because of a lucky break. But that can happen. It was a crazy game though. 18-17. Like such a 35 frames of snooker is such a lot. You know, 2 days of playing really long sessions to get it done, and it's 17 all going into the last frame. It's crazy. He doesn't look old enough, does he? He's 22, but he looks about fucking 15. He looks so young. Electric Jesus, I'm sorry to hear about your dad, dude. That sucks. Pristine. It's BDY. I think I'm going to say what I want to happen, but I think Arsenal will win. I think it'll be a really close game. I think it'll be like odd goal, 2-1, 1-0. Why not just go 1-0 to the Arsenal? You know, that an old favourite. But I hope Arsenal get through. Atletico are not bad at all, though, so I don't know. But at the Emirates, 1-1 in the last game, I think Arsenal can probably do it. I think, likewise, tomorrow, I'm hoping Bayern get through. I think that might be the case. We'll see. I'd be absolutely staggered if the winner doesn't come from the PSG and Bayern game, though. Whichever team gets through that half, you'd have to make heavy favourites. I've heard of David Gilbert Henry. I've seen him on the telly a few times, I'm sure, yeah. I do like snooker. I used to play a lot of 8-ball pool, and I have a table in my kitchen diner. So I've always been into kind of cue sports. It's the first thing I found when I was younger that I was naturally quite good at, you know, like hand-eye coordination, some might not realise this based on my DayZ shooting at times, but I'm pretty good hand-eye coordination-wise, but I was a bit too overweight when I was a kid, so like I was pretty good at
Have you
badminton
peaked
and
yet?
tennis, but I wasn't quick enough, you know. Unfortunately, you don't play pool or snooker when you're at school in like PE. Obviously, it's not very fitness orientated, but it was the first thing I found that I was really, really good at, and I really was pretty good, you know, at one time. Not anymore, but yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I wish I'd started when I was younger. I agree, Erimus. There's no one size fits all way to avoid stuff like that, you know. It might be that Chris Hoy, maybe a lifetime on a bicycle seat might have had an impact on it. You never know, you know. Like Chris Hoy is an absolute fucking legend. He still is a legend, obviously, but like legend on the Olympics. Absolutely, like thighs like fucking thunder. You know, he was brilliant. It was so exciting to watch him in the Olympics as well. But one of the fittest men in the UK, and he's like got not long to live because of prostate cancer spreading to other places. You know. But maybe a lifetime on a bike seat might have had an impact. I've no idea. But certainly he will have been very, very fit and very healthy his whole life. You know, he was an Olympic athlete for a long time. Still very healthy now. Have you heard rumours of Real Madrid players getting sick of Mbappe? I haven't, but I believe that Paris
19
Saint-Germain
months over
improved when
something like
Mbappe
7
left.
years. Not a great track, but it's something.
Mbappe
Glad
is an
you had a
absolutely
great
wonderful
visit
player.
And are feeling better.
But he does seem to be in the category maybe a little bit like Neymar, maybe, where it's a bit all about him, whereas some other, like Ronaldo has that to some extent. Messi has it to some extent as well, but sometimes they can upset the rest of the team, and it feels like PSG made massive stride forwards when they lost Messi and Mbappe. You know, I feel a bit harsh, but maybe Messi was an impact. Mbappe seems to have been. Sachi, how you doing? Yeah, I've got 2 weeks worth of doxycycline antibiotics for epididymitis. Second time I've had it. But it's made me extra grumpy. But we have been talking about prostates and men's health for a while, which I think is a fairly positive thing, I guess. How can you say Messi is in that category? I think he's had a lot of a hand in the Argentina team, for example. He has won the World Cup, but I think he has had a hand in deciding like who plays and what suits him to some extent. But he's definitely backed it up. I don't think he's got an ego like Ronaldo has, but he still has an ego. It's still all on him, but he's usually backed it up. But Messi, I think, is the best player of the modern era by a long way. I think, for me personally, I think Maradona was the best player of all time, but that's very subjective. But yeah, to be honest, I can see your point, but I don't know. I think Messi still has a bit of a streak in him, you know. I think there is a little bit of a... I don't think you can get to the level of player Messi is without being a little bit self-assured and a little bit like it's all on me. Otherwise, you don't become the player he is. Do I loot that? Probably not worth it. I'm not going to find a mag for my SV98 there, am I? Have I got enough bullets? 20 there. I've only got 22. I might as well just quickly loot it, see if we can get another box of bullets. Z-Rams, it can be lifestyle or genetic. A mixture of both for definite. You can have a genetic predisposition to having it. Like if you're, like my granddad on my dad's side had it, my uncle on my dad's side had it, my dad's brother, and my dad had it. So I definitely must have a high chance of being at risk of it, which is why I get my PSA checked every 2 years, right? But you can also get it lifestyle-wise as well. There might be nobody in your family that's ever had it. You can still get it. What jobs did you have before you became a full-time streamer? I was always in retail, dude. I did a lot of retail, different types of jobs. Some in stores and some more field orientated, but all retail. Where are the zombies? This server is way higher, more populated than an official server would be. So sometimes the zombie cap is hit, which means that the zombies won't spawn here. So the maximum amount of zombies that can spawn on the server, on official it might be 1,000, and let's say there's 60 players that can cause those zombies to spawn in. On this server, I think the zombie capacity is 800, and there's way more players that can cause them to spawn in. So sometimes you go somewhere and there's no zombies. But usually if you stick around, they start spawning in because someone's left another area and then the zombies start spawning in where you are. Potato Fred, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Cheers for tuning into the streams. Thank you very much for the regular viewing as well. All right, Gravy. Okay, I think we're there. I don't know if I should really keep that. I really need some boots. I just realised I'm wearing my loose spawn trainers. Liability, congratulations on the new arrival, dude. That's cool. Do you know what? I think I need to just be brave and just leave the blaze. I don't think I can be fucked with the whole double, triple fucking around gunning. I think we're just going to leave it. Time to go to the tents and try and get a... try and get a mag for this gun. How many players you killed this life? Swilly, I just logged into this server from another one. I don't think I killed anyone. I logged out at Tissy Military Base. I don't think I killed anyone. I don't really remember. But I logged out the other day and I've just logged into this character, so I don't really know. I don't know if Fourth Wall does baby onesies. That'd be kind of a fun thing. David, the Blaze is my favourite, but I've been playing the game long enough that I don't always take it. Thismo, congrats to you as well, dude. You sniped a guy leaving Tissy double door barrack yesterday. That was on a different server. Who's my favourite Breaking Bad character? Mike, I think. I think Mike. I quite like the dude with the bell as well. The dude with the bell is a hell of a character, right? I can't remember his name. Phantom, sorry I'm late, you can start the stream now. 10-4, I'll get there, Phantom, no worries. Have you peaked yet? I've definitely peaked, Gravy. I'm peaked and flying over the hill. Hector, yeah. Salamanca, yeah. Yeah, you're right, Gravy dude. Hope you're well. Oh, dear me. I definitely feel to have peaked and got over the hill today. We've been talking about well, not cocks, testicles and prostates most of the afternoon because I'm on antibiotics for epididymitis. So I'm sitting here on a cushion with a particularly achy fucking set of testicles, like I've been kicked in the nadgers. Not having a very fun time of it, basically. I'm alright, Mizog. When am I going to watch True Detective Season 1? I don't know. Who's my favourite Band of Brothers character? I can't remember the names of any of the Band of Brothers characters. Probably the main dude. The main dude. The guy from Homeland. Probably him. Yeah, Winters, yeah. Lieutenant Winters is his story arc is great. Potato Fred, thank you again for the 19 months. What's up with your balls? I have epididymitis, which is an infection of the... Well, for me, it's the kind of pipe work or cabling behind. So it's not my testicles. No, I don't have an STI before someone says it again. But yeah, anyway, it's that. Anything with itis is just like an infection. Yeah, I nearly said Sobel, Kronsky. Who's your favourite character? Sobel. He really, really licked them up, you know. He got them up the hill so much, you know. If it weren't for Sobel, most of them would have died, wouldn't they? Most viewers are men, and most men don't talk about it. I'm glad you do and encourage other men to be healthy. Thank you. That's kind of why when I decided yesterday I was booking the doctors for it, I decided I'd talk about it as a result. For exactly that reason, you know. It doesn't make me a fucking saint or anything, but I'm just, thankfully, I'm one of those people that doesn't care, you know. I don't care if anybody knows that I'm on antibiotics because I've got aching testicles. I don't give a fuck, you know. So, but I think more people should maybe care a little less because people get so embarrassed they almost don't want to go to the doctors, you know. Yeah, Kurahi's the name of the hill, yeah. Hi ho, Silver. Yeah. Oh dear me. On the subject of my nuts, I'm afraid the streams this week, until I start feeling better, they might all be about 5 hours. I can't really... I'm only at 3.5 hours now, and I am really, really fucking agitated. I took paracetamol just because of sitting in the chair, and I'm doing the best I can, but they might be shorter than I want them to be. I want to do 6 to 8 hour streams like normal, but I am struggling at the moment. I already took the pain meds, Godin, but it don't work. To an extent, streaming just is good for taking your mind off it, but it's one of those weird things. Like, I woke up this morning, I set my alarm specifically to ring the doctors, and where I've been lying in bed all night, I didn't feel anything, you know, like, it's so easy to be like, whoa, it's gone, it's fine. But the second you get up, sit on the side of the bed, and, I don't know, put some shorts on or something, you instantly realise things aren't right still. But where you've been lying down all night, and you've been in a comfortable position, it's kind of, like, goes away. Anyone know where's Minder? I don't think Minder streams so much anymore, Lees. I think Minder focuses on the Karma Crew servers. This is me guessing, by the way, but I don't think he streams like as a full-time gig anymore. I think he focuses on the Karma Crew servers and does that. Obviously, they've got Karma Crew servers across console and whatnot. They're always adding new things, creating new maps and stuff. The servers are good, but I think he's more focused on that. I could be wrong, so I'm not trying to talk for him. So as an outsider just looking in, that's the way it appears. Thank you, Screaming Beagle. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I don't feel terrible, but it is a little bit hard to not be a bit crotchety. And I can be... Regular viewers might think I'm a bit crotchety anyway. It's possible a few people might be under the mistaken impression that I'm a little bit grumpily. Did I just see someone there? I thought I saw someone in that tent, but I didn't have the fucking gun on the hotbar. I think it was just anti-aliasing, but I could be wrong. I'm just going to wait for a little minute. Yeah, some people might think I'm grumpy as it is, but I'm really having to bite my tongue not to be extra grumpy today. Oh, there was somebody. Fuck. I can't finish him off. He's only on con. Oh, that sucks. He sprinted pretty sharpish, didn't he? I tried to put one through the fence in the hope it might connect. I didn't think it would, but I knew it was prone. I knew roughly where he was, so I just had a bit of a try, but yeah. He may bandage. And he might try to flank around.
The Sniping Man Z.
So I'm just going to hold here and see if he tries to flank around. I think he's just going to run away, but who knows. Yes, too soon. He may have tried to flank around. He might appear on the hill where I just was. He'd stopped to loot something. Oh.
How is this possible?
You never know, the dude might not have been wanting SV98 mags, so I might as well just have a quick check. Oh, it's badly damaged. Oh my god, what that pause was fucking insanely long. Fuck me, every time I open my inventory the pause is like forever. He might have tried to flank around the hill. I have a funny feeling, having been shot unconscious, the dude's just going to run the fuck away, but you never know. Polecat, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Hey dude, honestly hope you're feeling better soon. True, you're a role model and thanks for being an inspiration for us all. Having been a registered nurse, I'm well aware of the stigma some illnesses carry. Promise no D's nuts joke.
Old man, thank you for the support, dude.
TRMZ.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Polecat, thank you. Full band. Polecat, thank you for the membership as well yourself before the gifted ones. Thank you very much too. Phantom, cheers once again. So the plate carrier fella may well have just ran away. Or maybe they came for a flank around, I don't know. Either which way, we ain't doing so well with the and maybe he was standing still. Now it turns out he's standing on a backpack and he would have been there longer. I had time to aim for the head. I probably should have gone for the head. Like, in that scenario, it's only a millisecond. Well, with my aiming a bit longer.
Vid. Very nostalgic. It was great.
Thank you.
Cheers, Paul.
Cheers, Mike, dude. Appreciate it. But that little, I don't know, whatever it is, quarter of a second to just make sure I hit his head and make sure I've got the range right or whatever, is usually when they move, you know. So I just took the shot. Like, it did hit and I did knock him uncon, but... Is the SV98 better than the VS89? They're the same gun, dude. The devs just call it a VS89. It's actually an SV98, right? But the devs call it that to avoid copyright potential infringement. It's the same as why the AKM is called a KAM and the Glock is called an M-Lock. Did I hear something this way? No. I don't understand that. Who's going to sue them? Russia. Well, it's anything that's got a copyright, ZRAM. So some guns are not copyrighted and some are. So like That's why they've like some of the like the M4 is in because it's not copyrighted, I believe. It was an overly protective measure, but it was done with reason for anything that could potentially cause them copyright issues. There was a change in European legislation to do with copyright infringement, and they just wanted to cover themselves. So other games, I think, in the past, like have been or have gotten themselves into a little bit of bother. Like I believe Tarkov with the Glock, I think. But yeah, they were just like covering their arse basically. PC can have longer render distance. Roach, yeah, you can set it manually on PC, and if your PC is able to run it, you can get a render distance that's much further. Players still drop out though, so on regular servers, they're not visible after 1100 meters. So it doesn't matter what you set your render distance to, players will become invisible at 1100 meters. But like terrain, trees, objects, houses and stuff, you can change that. It's also to mitigate liability if someone commits a crime with said firearm. That's not why they did it, Fern. Like, there's no crime that can be committed in the game. They did it literally because of a change in copyright law in Europe. They even said as much. Connor, I'm expecting Arsenal to win by the odd goal. Who knows how it will really go, but I think given that it's at the Emirates, I think Arsenal will win it. So I'll come and check the train spawn. There's no train. Bumpers, yeah, but that's not why they changed the names in the game. That's my point. Like they changed the names in the game specifically because of a change to copyright law in Europe, and they said as much when they did it. It is exactly what PMU said. When they did make the change and they changed the names, they specifically cited changes to European copyright law as the reason why they were doing it. So yeah, that's why. Iron Bro. Get me some Iron Bro. Oh my god.
TRMZG heart TRMZ cool.
Thanks again, Mike, by the way. Kuro, thank you very much for the 52 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Cheers, Soggy. Hope you have a good one, dude. It's probably not worth me eating anything just yet. Oh my god, I don't feel comfy. Well, I don't know why. I know you're saying exactly, Fern, but the devs had all the real gun names in the game. A copyright law got changed in Europe, and then they changed all the names after advice from lawyers, and then they announced why they were doing it. So what you're saying is not why the gun names were changed, right? I was playing DayZ when they changed them. The devs announced exactly the reason why they were doing it straight after a change in copyright law. So anything else you're saying is speculation, but it's not why. And similarly, Tarkov has all the real names in it, you know, like... They just don't want to pay for the rights to use the names, and they don't want to risk being sued for copyright infringement, so they just change the names. Ooh. Any chance of... Oh, there is. I was just going to say any chance of a convoy, but it's there. I couldn't even finish the question before we saw it. Right. Not seeing any Zeds. But we've been to other places where there was no Zeds already. Yeah, exactly why, for example, they don't use the Heinz beans. They call them Dean's beans or whatever, you know. They don't call it Pepsi. They call it Pipsy, you know. They didn't use that. They didn't make that because they were worried that somebody was going to kill someone in America with a can of Pepsi. It's all to do with copyright. Oh my god. All the guns are shite. Well, they're good guns, but they're guns that aren't that useful for me. What was that? That one. It's been dropped by a player, actually, but I do have a 101 mag. I might just have a look at that. I still don't get why you're talking about it, Wolf. Literally, I've given you the reason why they changed the names. There's no debate to be had. That's why they did it. Is it worth it? I think that maybe had been looted. I don't know. Do I? Worn. I think I'll keep the 74. I haven't got as many bullets. I have got 30 in there. I don't know. It's all good, Wolf. It's fine. I understand. I guess one or two people were suggesting it was for DayZ, and it's hard for me to understand who's who. But no, there's no drama, dude. It's all good. Badly damaged. I don't think it's worth fixing. Nah, we'll just keep this one. I don't think I'm going to bother with the 101. It is really good, but I've got a drum mag. Sorry, a banana mag for this one. Copyright is a joke, so abused. I don't know. It isn't, it isn't. It depends on the scenario. I agree to some extent, but a lot of people want to use people's music for their own benefit on their own content without any good reason, you know? Like, copyright gets abused. is an easy opinion to have until someone's taking your stuff and using it to make money, you know, and then you might feel differently, you know. It's all Wolf. It's all good, Wolf. You're all good. Oh, smoke. That'll be a helicopter crash site. I suppose we'll go down that tree line then. I'd love my product's name in video games, free advertising. But that's not how it works to some extent, Brandon. It depends on the scenario, you know. It depends on how it is. And free advertising under the guise of avoiding copyright is easy, and again, until it's like, I don't know, like you get channels that, for example, might be DayZ channels on YouTube, which are just clips reels, and all they do is go to other people's channels, take their clips and upload them, you know. You can get AI to do that. It's no effort. You're not actually playing the game yourself. You're taking other people's clips, and then somebody will go, it's free advertising. But it's free advertising for the person that's making the videos, you know. Like somebody that starts with 1 subscriber today is not advertising for me. I'm advertising for them. You know, that's the point. And more often than not, that's the way it is, you know. Like, but it's down to the company to choose that, isn't it? Lots of people don't force infringements. There's people out there right now pretending to be me on TikTok. I haven't done anything about it. I haven't had the time or the effort. Can't be fucked, you know. But there's people pretending to be me on Instagram. Same thing, you know. But that doesn't mean that I like it. I don't want to go to that. Just thought I'd have a look to see if there was dead Zeds or anything. It probably is filthy, but it's probably less hard to get a channel taken down that's literally pretending to be you, especially given that they're using my logo and I do have it trademarked, so I could do something about that. Like if you check my YouTube channel, my little Running Man logo has an R next to it. That's not by accident. I do own the trademark to it. So I could do something about it, but I just haven't done. Right, I'm probably going to focus on the game a little bit, so I might miss the chat just for now. Dead zombie? Player. Just went in there. Oh, God. Not entirely sure I want to shoot while prone. I don't know what went on there. I don't know if he was fucking about with a grenade or what. I'm very lucky that dude just decided to stand still. Right, I think we'd better just move around to the other tree line for now. I don't know if he was just unpinning something to dick around or if he was trying to kill somebody else, but he had an unpinned grenade in his hand. I hit him in the head, and the explosion was delayed. It's not like I shot something on his vest and it exploded. The dude must have had an unpinned grenade, so he stood still there. What he was standing still for was to throw a grenade for some reason. No idea why. Maybe he was trying to scare his mate, or I don't know, but that was weird. He had the martyrdom perk. I think that's what he was doing when he stood still. He was unpinning a grenade. Got lucky that that dude decided to stand still. Hi Kebabi, hope you're good. Kenneth, thank you for the tier 2. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. So he's just outside that tent, I think. Just outside that tent. I don't know. I don't know if he was just dicking around with extra grenades. He's probably incredibly geared and was just about to throw a grenade to try and kill a zombie just for fun. You know, it's the sort of stupid thing I'd do. Right, I haven't really overwatched long enough, but I'm just going down. You don't do stupid things, do you? Yeah, you're right, Azab. I've never known myself do anything stupid. It was a regular grenade. It was definitely a regular grenade. It wasn't a stun grenade. I fired the shot just to, like, for my own peace of mind, but that grenade will have killed him. So fucking uncomfortable at the moment. Hey boy, come on. Oh, I fucking aggroed the other one. Fuck me. Fuck, that's why he's dicking around with grenades. He's got all the grenades. This dude is so fucking kitted. Poor dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck me dead. Don't I have a lockpick? Nope. Does that not go in there? Oh, damn it. Yeah, the lockpick was ruined from the dude. That's why I was thinking, do I not have my own? This dude is incredibly geared. Has he got a spare AKM mag? He has. I think the grenade will have ruined a few things, yeah. Lockpicking his hunter jacket. I think I already got it, didn't I? Oh, no, he has got another one. Well done. Yeah, good spot. Me, this dude is crazy. He's so fucking geared. It's in like it is crazy. I need to try and get his boots if I can. You're only just holding someone out. Sorry, you're only holding loot for someone else in the end. That's true, but it's nice to hold it for a time, isn't it? I'd rather I had it than that dude.
Question for everyone. I can load DayZ Express but not the main game. It freezes on the 2-ed load screen. I get a black screen and then the PC freeze for 3 to 5 minutes, then it closes. Anyone else having this issue? Sorry to ask on here.
Is there actually anything on the experimental at the moment, John? I haven't played experimental for a while, but are the experimental servers even open at the moment? I didn't. Is there actually anything on experimental? Got a punch card. Thank you very much for the super chat, by the way. If anyone's got any answers, John is the person on the YouTube that would like the answer if pos, please. Oh, fuck me dead. I am struggling here.
Get his boots. Good kill, keep on running.
All in good time, all in good time. Fuck me dead. I am going to leave this, but I don't want to leave it yet. Dude's carrying more batteries than Sour Sweet. Fuck me. Alright, I'm going to have to drop a couple of batteries. I definitely need the spare SVD mag. Oh, this is taking too long. Let's just leave these. I was trying not to leave the bullets where the mag is, but I'm just going to do it. Yeah, the mag I've just dropped is a AK-74 mag, like you say, with a different colour. Right, okay, I think that is about as good to go. Worn. Mine's pristine. Those shorts are pretty good. Sorry, they're pants. They give me more space. I like more space. I can fit shit in. I am carrying so much fucking junk. I need to sort this out. This is not the place. That dude is so fucking geared. I almost feel a bit bad for him because he was dicking around with a grenade. He was that geared, and that's why he's died. That dude's literally died because he's so geared. He's dicking around, you know. Like we've all been there. I certainly have. He's dicking around because he's so geared, and now he's dead. Alright, let's go. He probably thinks a grenade glitch killed him. He won't. He'll know he was shot. He'll know he was shot. He will have got a bullet impact on the right side of his screen. He'll know that the dude. He'll know he was shot. He'll have also, because he went uncon. He'll have seen the. He'll have gone unconscious, and then a few seconds later, the grenade will have killed him. I do wonder if I should have brought the AK-74 and then dropped it in a tree over here so that I could come back and get it later. But to be honest, if I die, I probably won't carry on. You know, like my achy breaky bollocks say about 5 to 5.5 hours is where I'm at. It's a lesser known Billy Ray Cyrus song. I may have got his name wrong there, but anyway. He didn't have head protection, it was a radar cut. Is that the case? It looked like he rolled uncon, though. He did look like he rolled uncon to me. He didn't look like he died. Gun jammed. I hit him again. That's unlucky. Fuck me dead. I've still got another bleed. I'll sort that out in a sec. Why did that gun jam as well? Like, what? I hate that. The gun's worn. The mag is worn. Why did it jam? I fucking hate that. Bullets don't affect whether your gun jams or not. Used to, but don't anymore. I do have a broken arm, yeah. This server has a broken arm mod. So I've been shot. You could see my gloves were ruined. I got shot in the glove. It's also why I was really struggling to kill the dude. Because my gun was wavering up and down like mad. I presume if I splint it, it heals quicker. I don't really know, but I'll quickly do that. Oh, it's already gone. Oh well, don't need to splint it. Fucking hell, this dude's got the he's got the mags I was looking for.
GG Paul, still got it.
MVGs. Thank you very much, Leedy. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Leedy SX. He's got the Greedo backpack. Holy shit. He's got the greedy bag. FNX and some more bullets too. Holy shit. Too fat to fit through there. I feel really irked that my gun jammed there. I mean, thankfully I survived. I don't think it made any difference in as far as it jammed right as I was dropping uncon anyway, so I don't think it actually changed anything in the fight, but nonetheless, it sucks. You can't fix it any better than that. You know, I don't like RNG, or I don't like good or bad luck being the reason why you win or lose a fight. It just blows. I think it's stupid. If he hit it, it wouldn't be. If he hit it, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be worn still, would it? The skull mask is probably not the smartest, dude. I hadn't actually looked at what was on my face, to be honest. It wasn't pristine. I checked it already. It was worn. In fact, it was damaged. So the AKM was damaged, and I repaired it to worn in the barrack just now. So literally, that's an example of what I've been talking about for a while, where you've repaired your gun as best as you possibly can, and then in a firefight it still fucking jams, you know? Like, I've literally just repaired it in the last barrack. And then use it, 21 bullets, and it jams. But if your gun's worn and your mag's worn, or your gun's pristine and your mag's pristine, whatever, it can still jam. There's a tiny chance it will jam no matter what, which is just stupid. These guys are packing so many bullets. This might be the guy from the tents. You know, the guy I shot unconscious? This might be him. That dude from the tents had a plate carrier, but no pouches, I'm pretty sure. I think this might be him. The suppressor is fucked though, the bottle suppressor. What suppressor is fucked? I already made a new one, didn't I? Where is the new one? I dropped one, yeah. There we go, that's the one I made. Alright, he had nice boots as well, which is kind of cool. He might have gloves as well. We ought to look at the dude's gloves because mine got ruined. Okay, I don't want the FNX. I don't need that. I don't need that. I will take that. It's got an SVD mag as well. Your gun probably got hit by some of their bullets as they were shooting you. If my gun had got hit, it wouldn't have still been worn, dude. My gun was worn when I woke up. There's no way it got hit. Even if it did get hit, if it was still worn, it wouldn't have jammed. Unless it was just bad luck, which is just what the game has. The game has that in it, you know. You get unlucky and it ruins. It jams. In fact, I think I'm going to leave this here. Like, if we were to die, there's pretty much an entire loadout there, isn't there? Right? Like, it might get seen by that dude, but in this tree, there's a loadout. If I was to come back, I might just leave, yeah, I'll leave a tin of beans as well. All of that will not despawn. So if the dude were, unless somebody comes and finds it, there's literally everything there you need to make it go. A warm gun with a warm mag has a 1% chance to jam. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I'm saying. But I don't think that makes any sense. That's what I'm saying. That it can happen, but it shouldn't, because it just doesn't belong in the game. And I said that earlier when I thought somebody had died and I'd shot them on the same basis, right? If you've done everything you can in the game to look after your gun, it shouldn't jam until it. Unless it gets shot and it gets damaged, or unless something changes. But if you've repaired it with a weapon cleaning kit and then you go and fire 20 bullets out of it and it's still worn and it jams, why? You know, like, it just means that your character that maybe has been alive for 20 hours, you just lost to a bit of bad luck and a 1% chance. It's just kind of stupid. There's no place for that in the game, you know. It doesn't make any sense. That's my opinion, though. Other people will feel differently, but it makes no sense to die because of random bad luck when you've done everything you can to repair the gun. Right, I think that's probably us done then. What's the thing on the left that looks like it has 3 gun slots? It's a sling that allows you to carry guns on your body in a different way. So it doesn't allow you to carry extra guns, but it allows you to have them on your back or on your side or on your front, I think. No, a different one on your back. But I actually think it just gets in the way myself. Right, there we go. The sling allows to quick draw. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I can't fucking stand it, so I just don't use it. When I say I can't stand it, I think it gets in the way. I'm just going to repair those gloves. It was kind of good though, couple of kills, that was kind of fun. Harem Scarum, I'm glad I saw the dude. I saw him likely just as he saw me, but I'm glad it worked out. Eat the beans in his backpack. I put them there, Garrett. Put them there on purpose. But like I said, there's a whole load out there, and then I even said I'm going to leave some food, because if I were to die, I could run back and then I'd have an SV98, 2 mags, an AK, a couple of bullets, and even some food if I was starving. You're playing official servers? Occasionally. Hi, Chernarus, worst bot. I hope you're good. Feel like I've really got your name badly wrong there, but anyway, hope you're good. Yeah, I don't build bases, just to come back to your question, dude. I did see it. I don't build bases because of streaming, though. Like, you can do it, but it's kind of tricky. If you're on a community server, you need a lot of help from admins, and if you're on official, you're just going to get raided overnight. You know, if I streamed to a large audience and streamed me building a base on official, somebody would raid it overnight. You know, I would never last, because people would know exactly where I was building, and then it would all get ruined before the next day. You know. Do you miss building bases? I've never really done it, Fire. I was a streamer before DayZ had base building. So I don't miss it, because I was a streamer before the game had it. So I guess the game and playing more of a one lifestyle came for me before base building anyway. So there's nothing for me to miss as such. You know, I never really have done much with it. I've never really fucked with it, dude. Stamina is non-existent right now. Dude, that is pretty high stamina for me. I've definitely had worse. Well, even that's narrowing it down, Cum Master, what a name. But, dude, I've just been showing a a weapon sling which can only be on a modded server. You know, I've got a Warsaw mount on my AKA, which is not a vanilla feature. You know, if you know the game at all, if you keep an eye out, it's really easy to work out that I've got things on me that are not vanilla. But we try not to get hung on answering questions about what type of server I'm on, because unfortunately I get stream sniped so much, dude. So whilst I've just helped you a bit, most people that are going to stream snipe are going to be able to work it out anyway. No, not at all yet, Dirt Marker, no. If I get a new car, it will be electric, though. It won't be a 911. If I'm going to do anything, it will be something electric, because that's what makes sense for the benefit in kind for a company vehicle in the UK. It just makes more sense. They don't loan, no. Look, the only thing that can cause your gun to jam... Well, there's 3 things that can... I shouldn't have done it. I just fired a few times to try and delay it. That sucks! I just tried to buy myself a minute. I had no cover, so I just fired a couple of shots. I think he's just hit me again. Oh, what a great shot. I saw him as well, but I had to go for the hill. Damn it. That sucks. That really sucks. Well, it's a good job I left the loadout, I guess. I saw him in the tree, but I was side on and I just had to try and get to some cover. There was trees, but there was nowhere that was hard cover, so I thought I'd go for the valley. I wish I'd switched to the SVD and had a go now, but yeah. Right. However, I have got that stash that we just hid. That's incredibly unlucky. Fair play to that dude, but for there to be someone around there, that's kind of unlucky. I know we'd had some shots, but not there. So to get popped by a fully geared dude like that is really kind of bad timing. So to be honest, I nearly ended the stream there because I feel like shit and I've got testicles, but there was little point spending all that time leaving myself the loadout in the tree if I'm not going to run back if I die 5 minutes later, so I absolutely have to run back, don't I? So there's a really good loadout, not quite as good as what I just had, but not far away. I do need a southerly spawn to get back, though. Cherno ideally would be good. This is pretty good. This will do. So this is kind of not quite at Prig. Electro's behind me, Cherno's in front of me, so we can just run towards Prig and get a drink at the well and then make our way up towards where we died. Yeah, west side of Cherno would have been better than this area, but this is pretty solid. Oh, that's such a shame. Can you get the Rivian or the Lucid EV cars in the UK? Rivian, the R2 is coming to the UK, but not till next year. The best EVs right now are, I think it's a Mercedes GLC that's just come out. That's like in the luxury segment. It's an iX3, a BMW iX3 or this new Merc are the kind of the best ones. And then there's a load of stuff coming over from China that are meant to be pretty decent. If I get a new car, if I were to get a new car, it would be the iX3. I think I'd pick, but it would be I'd want an EV and something slightly better than my old Tesla. I don't want another Tesla, so. The iX3 is brand new though, it's only just coming out, so they're hard to get at the moment, I think. BYD are in the UK. I have a home charger, Fish Kung Fu. Yeah, I need one for the thing. It works great. Like I actually found out the other day how much it costs. So for 55 kilowatts, it cost me £4 to charge up the car overnight. 55 kilowatts is like it's 2/3, I think, of the battery. So that's like £4 to do 200 miles, roughly. There's a new Volvo that's coming out. That was the other one I was trying to remember. The EX60 is meant to be good as well, but likewise, long wait for those. I think they're already improved quite a lot. This generation seems to have made a step forward for sure. Like this iX3, for example, has a quoted range of 500 miles. It won't do that. It won't do 500 miles, but it's got a much bigger battery and it will go much further on a single charge than the current range mostly do. The current gen do, you know. But I don't know how much different there will be in 10 years, Nurse Tabby. They're still going to be battery based. The battery technology is improving, but it's very incremental. Mac Taylor, I can't. For a start, I need more of an SUV type vehicle because I've got kids. But I get my car as a company vehicle because I'm allowed to, and it has big benefits for me. So I'm not going to get some fucking V8, dude. I can't do that as a business car. It makes no sense. Ladies don't get a wide on for an EV. I don't think most ladies get excited about cars, to be honest. But if you think you're going to be pulling fancy ladies because of your car, then fair play. Good luck to who you're going to be pulling. You're welcome. I think it's non. Anybody that thinks the car you drive is going to attract you the right kind of person is probably going to be attracting the wrong kind of person, even if it's true. It's like people that buy a watch thinking that it's going to impress women. It doesn't. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. I'm gonna bite just for a second. GL4 EVs burn quickly, which is a danger to your life in case of an accident. EVs are much harder to put out. EV fires are much harder to put out. That's true, but the chances of an EV setting on fire is way less than a petrol car. Believe it or not, dude, this just in. Petrol is fucking flammable. Really, really flammable petrol. I'm not trying to get anyone here, by the way. No one here needs to get an EV. I'm not trying to convince you all to get one. I don't care if you get a fucking steam locomotive. I don't give a fuck, right? But the reality is the chances of an EV setting on fire are much less than a petrol car. You can go and Google it, I'm not talking about in total number of cars on the road. The percentage chance of it setting on fire is lower.
Have you seen The Devil Wears Prada 2? Or
Never
is
seen a
Emily
petrol car
Blunt
just
not
set on fire
relevant
randomly.
anymore?
I have.
Tears of joy.
I've gone past lorries on fire on the side of a road that just had a problem with the engine and then it set on fire. I had a car nearly set on fire myself. It was an old Orion. Kaleidoscope, have you seen The Devil Wears Prada 2, or is Emily Blunt not relevant anymore? I haven't seen The Devil Wears Prada 2. I don't really remember the first, to be honest. But yeah, Emily Blunt isn't relevant anymore. Who is she anyway? Who is she? All these people that are really worried about safety, you know, where do you charge your mobile phone at night? It's a lithium-ion battery. I bet you charge it right next to where your head is. Costs more fuel and power to make and own an EV car. Just saying. I don't think that's entirely true, dude, but okay. Like, it cost me £4 to do about 200 miles in terms of electricity. It's not that expensive. But again, I'm not trying. I'm not. I really ain't. I got an EV because it makes sense if you get in a company car in the UK. There's some good financial benefits, right? I don't give a fuck what anyone else drives, but there's so much misrepresentation out there from people that don't actually know what they're talking about. It's really dull. It's like everyone's really unprepared to change, and that's fine, you know. If you want a petrol car, get one. But spouting untruths and myths is just bullshit, you know. It's just the amount of bullshit that's written about it is incredible. I did, Muttley. In fact, I saw Project Hail Mary twice. It's fucking brilliant. I saw it twice at the cinema. I thought The Smashing Machine was a little bit disappointing, to be honest. I really thought The Smashing Machine was going to be amazing, but it was a bit dull. I did only watch it on a flight, though, so maybe it wasn't the best... like, watching a film on a flight that's more dialogue and fairly slow burny is maybe not the best thing, but I thought it was a bit dull. Tampa, that's true, but that's not being spouted in here, though. You watched The Smashing Machine, it was dull. Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. A lot of people were tipping The Rock to be like nominated for Oscars and stuff because of that, but it was not a good film. Excuse me. Oh my god, my fucking breathing. Oh, thank you. A bag as well. If you happen to have some food in there, I'd be very grateful. Oh my god, Coach, I ain't reading that out. Roach, I pay for the lease out of my business, yeah. Let's go, go, go. Kaleidoscope, thank you very much. Yeah, I've not really... I don't remember. I think I saw Devil Wears Prada, but I don't remember it at all. I remember vaguely a little bit of it being sort of funny. I'm not really particularly interested in seeing the second one. I'll see it at some point, but not at the cinema. Unless Maggie has some burning desire to see it, in which case I'll take her, but I don't think she will.
Hey, fuck your potato.
Elon Musk donated $5. Prepare to be corrected, streamer. In my range of vehicles, each battery made uses the bones and oil of 17 baby seals and 42 petrolets. We cause more damage to the planet than the fossil fuel vehicles that are still relevant and work just fine, Kappa.
Fair enough. They only use the bones of dinosaurs or some shit. I don't know. Thank you very much, Troll Tipper. Appreciate it. Whoa, that's a lot of Zeds. We made it. Cheers, Elon. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry for the tip. Kaleidoscope, Muffin Man. Thank you for the 5 months. Lee, thank you as well. Did I say Rambo First Blood was filmed there? It wasn't PG-timey. It was fictionally set in a place called Hope, Washington, which is Washington State. But it was actually recorded in a place called Hope, which is in British Columbia. So it's just the other side of the border in Canada. But they set it in Washington State. And the scenery is very, very similar. So the scenery in First Blood is very similar because it's all up very close together. So Washington kind of area. It all looks like that. Yeah, that's improving all the time, Lepappy. If you actually go and read up about the iX3, for example, and how it's been made, and it doesn't take many miles at all before it becomes neutral. So that's improving like all the time, and it will improve, of course, with more manufacture, right? But I think that is changing all the time. So you need to like go and read up about the brand new BMW iX3 and how it's being made and how that is, and that's the way it's going to go. It'll gradually get more that way. I do think they'll make a DayZ 2, Jolly. Yeah, I do. I think they're probably already making it now.
I've been watching a lot of clips of Rick Mayall on the Tickle Tuckle. He was funnier than I remembered.
Drive for a Living Rick Mayall is hilarious. Not for me, Carrie. I don't agree, but it doesn't really matter. Well, it was pretty much all filmed in Canada, Cool Hand. That's what I was saying.
Have you watched Man Down?
It was fictionally set in Hope, Washington, but the real town of Hope was in Canada, and it was all filmed there. Have I watched Man Down? Yeah, that's Greg Davies, isn't it? Man Down was funny, yeah. And it was but the last thing that Rick Mayall was really in, he played his dad, and he was fucking brilliant in it, like little cameos as his dad. He was really, really good. Thank you very much, Icarus. Cheers for the support. Yeah, I liked Rick Mayall in Man Down a lot. I feel like that was the start of him coming back as well. Rick Mayall obviously passed away a long time ago now, but he had a really bad accident. I think he fell off a quad bike or a motorbike. I think it was a quad bike. And he really hurt himself, and he was kind of out of the public eye for many years. And red chain isn't ideal, but anyway, let's just keep going. And he was really kind of not the same for a good while, and a bit like, in a way, a bit like...
Happy Subversary, Mr. Man.
What's his name? The dude from Top Gear that people say I sound like. That dude. Richard, what's his face? He wasn't quite the same for a shorter period after he got the brain injury when he crashed the car. But Richard Hammond, yeah. But Rick Mayall was more so, and I think he took quite a long time to recover. And Man Down, you could really see he was kind of back to his best. And I don't know. Obviously, it's a shame when anybody dies, but he was really. It felt like that was going to be the springboard to do other things again. You know, he was really funny in Man Down. He was really good. Weird time for the server to go down. I suspect maybe there might be a little bit of DDoSing going on. Cheers, Image. Icarus, thank you as well. Did we die? I did die, Daisy, Daisy Lover. I did die, but I've got a stash of gear that I'm going to run back to. Cheers, Image of the Invisible. Thank you very much. Right, looks like the server's back. I'm going to get in it. Yeah, that sounds true, Rob. You've got your finger on the pulse there, you have. Brandon, we don't do politics, dude. I really don't want to do politics. I don't really want to do EV talk. It's utterly tedious. But when someone says something stupid, I sometimes reply. But beyond that, I really can't be asked. It's
Run
utterly
like
tedious.
Rambo.
Like if you go on the internet under anything about stuff like that, there's people arguing forever, and so much of it's nonsense. But honestly, I couldn't give a shit about it aside from when someone says something stupid. But yeah, politics we're definitely not doing. How long does that gear last? Rivalized. If you're on an official server or a server that's using the official settings, guns that aren't ruined last 8 hours, backpacks that aren't ruined last 8 hours, as well as everything inside the backpack. And then most other things are 4 hours, as long as they're not ruined. If it's ruined, then it despawns as soon as players are out of the vicinity. So non-ruined items last at least 4 hours, and guns and backpacks last 8 hours, and then some other things last longer. How many hours do I have in a DayZ? Over 20,000, dude. But in this month in about a week's time, roughly, off the top of my head, I can't remember the date. I feel like it might have been the 14th of May. I'll have been full-time for 10 years this month, in May. So it's been my full-time job to stream DayZ since then. So 10 years of doing it week in, week out. You're going to rack up the hours, you know. This is the longest job I've ever had, NL. Yeah, the longest before that was about just a smidge under 7 years. PXC, I don't really do much gaming off stream at all, and I pretty much exclusively stream DayZ, but I don't really tend to want to be in here. I don't tend to want to be in here when I'm not streaming, you know. It doesn't give me a break from this. Oh, fucking course. That's actually pretty good. It'll just keep me a little bit warmer. Right, I do need food, but I have left myself a can of beans, so I think I'm going to take the risk and just not really worry about it. And if I'm starving, so what? Is it bad that I haven't played DayZ since the last time we played? Not really, dude. Not really. It won't make any difference. You'll still slay. Don't worry. PG, thank you for the 25 months. Run like Rambo. Move, move. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. What console did you play on back when you played console games? PlayStation 3 mostly. I'd just got on a PlayStation 4 and then DayZ came out as a standalone game and I got into that. Do you remember the date you started streaming on Twitch? I don't, Treyonic. I think it was around January of 2015. I started streaming a few times a week, 3 times a week minimum, towards the end of April 2015. The reason I don't remember the date is that I was a YouTuber and I wasn't looking to stream just yet. I was just doing videos, and I was invited into the Survivor Games qualifier, and I played with Rene, Barely Infected. So, and you had to stream to go in that, so I had to set up streaming so I could go in the Survivor Games qualifier. So I think that was pretty much my first stream, and I think that was in the January of 2015. But I don't remember the date. I might have streamed once before that just to make sure it worked. So my first stream was just a test, and then I streamed the Survivor Games qualifier. And then after that I streamed roughly every 2 or 3 weeks for a few months, and then at the end of April I started streaming a bit more regularly. How did the follows rack up over time? Pasky, well, I got quite... I don't want to say lucky. I did quite well. I got a bit lucky, but I decided to do YouTube first on purpose. And so I didn't really stream until I had 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. So when I started on Twitch, I did get an audience straight away. I had 20-ish, 25 people watching when I first started. And I kind of went from there. When I started streaming at the end of April, I was getting 20 to 25 viewers. I was partnered by June. I got Twitch partnered in June of 2015, and I was already getting more than 100 viewers, so I went from 20 to 25 in April to 100 in June. But I'd been doing YouTube for a while already. Unholy Roller, well, thanks for tuning in as you have. Rene's a good dude, yeah. Eris, it's unlikely, dude. I don't think that's so likely. Not really something that I could make happen, I think, dude. I've been here almost since the beginning. I've only been with my wife longer. Something I found out, by the way. I went through... Strayflafe is likely not here today. I went through my first 25 subscribers briefly the other day because Hotfix was talking. Like, Hotfix is subscribed as long as you can be subscribed to my channel, and so is Strayflafe. Strayflafe was my second ever subscriber, so he was my second ever subscriber behind Lodger, and he's still subscribed to this day, which is insane. Like second ever subscriber, and he's still subbed. What would you have done if your plan to stream what would you have done if your plan to stream didn't work? Roach, it wasn't really a plan. It all kind of happened, you know. I got into YouTube to try and stop myself from gambling because I was an addicted gambler. I got into YouTube as a way to give up gambling, and then when I got into streaming, it just seemed like an extension of YouTube. At no point was there some plan to become a full-time creator. By the time June rolled around and I was getting Twitch partnered, I kind of thought it would be a good way for me to clear the debt that I'd caused because of gambling. So in my head, I thought maybe it could be a nice little side hustle to try and stop all the rot that I'd caused by my own bad decision making, you know. I keep getting lost. How often do you use the sky to get around? I don't use the sky. You can use the sun if you know that it's getting night or if it's getting to be day or whatever. You can use the sun as a means to help with navigation, but if you play the game a lot, you don't need to. What did I gamble on? Mostly horses, but pretty much any sports betting. Mostly online sports betting. Mostly horses. But other things too. Eris, I'm not going to start talking about stuff from the past, but FT doesn't do a great deal of collabs. He's very unlikely to team up with me, dude. We did play together years ago. If you go back really early in my channel, sort of 2015-14, you'll see some videos of he and I playing together, but that was a good while ago. Did you watch the Kentucky Derby? No. I do know just because of a, I don't know, Insta reel or a Facebook reel or whatever it was. I don't know where I saw it, but I do know it was the first time that the trainer, the horse that won it had been trained by a woman. So I saw the end of the clip because of that. So it was some kind of reel as a result. But I ain't really. FT stands for Father Ted, is where the FT comes from in his name. But yeah, I'm really not interested in the Kentucky Derby, to be honest. Even when I was into horse racing, American horse racing isn't really, it doesn't translate very well. PG Timey, thanks again. Cheers for the support, dude. DayZ is a little bit like gambling, but thankfully there's no financial losses involved unless you're talking about the PC you needed to buy the game, I guess. Never really liked Greyhound racing. Greyhound racing's too random. Like, I think all betting is kind of random, really. That's how it's all structured so that the bookies win. But dog racing is too pot luck, you know. Like horses, sorry. The dogs get in each other's way. Like one runs wide at the first bend and takes out three others, and I never enjoyed it. It was over far too quickly. The odds are really short. Like, it's really dull. To me personally, there's quite a lot of nuance to dog racing, like how quickly they start, how quickly they get to the first bend, whether they normally run in that grade, whether they are like, I know if they're a quick starter and they're in lane 1 and they normally run in lane 1, then they might do great. But if you've got a dog that normally wins and it normally runs wide next to a horse that normally goes wide themselves, they can take each other out. I didn't like it at all. I did go to Romford Dogs years ago as some kind of like day out with some people from the pub, and it was kind of fun, but I never liked greyhound racing. There was too many, like with horses there's plenty of variables, but there's a jockey that can at least try to get the best from the horse, whereas with greyhounds it's much more pot luck. I used to watch A Question of Sport when I was very young, PlayStation. Yeah, I used to be a complete nerd. Like, I used to get more answers right on A Question of Sport most of the time than the people on the show back in the day. I used to be an absolute fiend for televised sporting events, you know. I used to watch everything religiously. Like, I'd watch all of the Olympics, all of the Commonwealth Games, all of the World Championships, or just on athletics, everything. Like, I'd watch test matches, like any sporting event that was on the telly, I'd watch it. Dude, when I was watching sport back in the day, there was no esports back then. We're going a bit before esport when I was massively into stuff. Esport came along much later. Helkin, thank you very much for the 32 months. Cheers for tuning in, dude. Yeah, it just depends on what you like. Nearly every sport that can be televised, there's drama in it. You know, there can be so much drama in sport. There is a lot of ups and downs and a lot of excitement, but some people get really into it on one sport, or I could watch pretty much any sport back in the day. Greyhound racing is fixed, trust me. Well, anything with gambling in has the potential to be fixed. I'm pretty sure it happens in some degree or another in many things, yeah. I certainly think it could easily happen with that, you know. There'll be like anything where you've got like animals like greyhounds, you can make sure your dog is primed and ready to go for the race you want it to win, and you use other races as means to prep it for the next race, kind of thing. It happens in horse racing, you know, it does. Even if it's not necessarily rigged, your horse might be really ready for the race you really want it to win and not so ready for the others, you know, that happens. Never mind all of the more shady sides of it. I'm just going to run for my loot, I think. I'm not going to bother with the... I used to like motorsport a lot. I used to... Back in the days of Colin McRae and Richard Burns, I used to watch, like, rally racing as well, like motorsport. Like, the rally stuff was good. I used to like Formula 1. Oh, shit. I'm standing there waving in a field with no gun. I have a funny feeling that might have been my fucking SVD. Yeah, that dude would probably be across YouTube moaning at someone shooting fresh spawns on the coast or something, you know. Like, it comes up fairly often, but if you're going to shoot somebody, like, and it means nothing, it's better to shoot them on the coast than it is to shoot them in the fucking middle of the map. I was nowhere near my body, no, but it looked a bit SVD-like when he drew it. It may not have been, but it looked like it could have been, yeah. Guys, just because I die, it doesn't mean it's a stream sniper. That's just a dude that he wasn't waiting for me. He was eating in the forest and then saw me. Like, if the dude was a stream sniper, I think he'd have been waiting there with his gun in his hand, knowing I was coming, not eating. He just saw me and I saw him, and I waved and he shot. You know, that it's a game. Did I have the longhorn in your hand? Nope. At least we've got the best possible spawn to get back. It's not actually a crazy amount further from here than it was from where I just was. What's my expectation about Bayern versus PSG? Well, I'm hoping Bayern get through, but it's anybody's game. Bayern look really strong. PSG and Bayern are the best two teams in the tournament this year, I think, personally. But PSG last season were immense, and this season they're coming good as the second half of the season comes through, same as they did last year. You know, like personally, I think I'm going to go for Bayern. The home advantage with only 1 goal deficit, I think they can do it, but who knows? I actually think I can make it back to where I died, roughly, not quite as quickly as I would have done from there, but it's not far away. This is really quite a quick run from here. They lost in the league last game, Bayern did. I don't think that really matters. I think Bayern are like completely home and hosed in the league, aren't they? I haven't looked at their team sheet, but did they not rest players with the Champions League in mind? You'd expect they probably did, didn't they? Nice, that's good. Right, I suppose we might as well go... It is a bit further from here, but this is the best spawn we could have got, so I'm glad about that. No, man, they essentially rested the whole squad. Well, I guess there's no surprise that they lost then, you know. It's definitely not an idea about form for the next game if they were resting all their best players for the Champions League. What graphics card do I have? I have a 5090, dude, but there's absolutely no need to get one of those unless you're looking to stream to multiple different places at once, like to several different streaming platforms at the same time. So you don't need a 5090 for DayZ or anything else, really. It is, Banks. Yeah, unfortunately I just got killed trying to do exactly that, but I'm still doing the same thing again. I've got a big bag, an SV98, a spare mag, an AK-74 with 2 mags, and a plate carrier stashed from a kill. Don't need the first 10 when you've already won the league. That's one thing that really hurts the Premier League clubs. That are, like, if you look at Arsenal, for example, they're still in a live title race, and rightly so, you know. They're still having to fight for every point in the league to try and win the league. And it's the same when City are normally doing it. They're not normally that far clear, and more often than not. But teams like Bayern Munich and PSG are in easier leagues to win, and normally they're miles clear. They normally get extra time off to prepare for the games, and also they can rest players because they've already got the league sewn up, you know. Not always does it happen, but it does, you know. PSG and Bayern are at least competing evenly on that because they're both in the same boat, but it won't be for Arsenal, you know. Arsenal can't do that. Ben, I don't want to answer that question for obvious reasons. Who's going down, Spurs or West Ham? I don't know. I felt like West Ham were playing better, but this weekend's results really does change it. It does feel like the change of manager at Spurs has given them a little bit more impetus as well. De Zerbi seems to have had an impact. I don't know. Somehow I've still got a bit of a sneaking suspicion West Ham might pull out of it, but I don't know. I don't really know. Excuse me. I'm going to keep running along the road. I need to go to a well of some sort. I've not drank at a well. I thought I'd go to Kozlovka. What's my dream car? I don't know. I'm not really one for like some kind of hypercar, you know, like the ridiculously low ones or Lamborghinis and stuff, you know, like I think mine would probably be just like a manual 911. So I guess if I'm not paying for it, a 911 GT3 Touring would be just great for me. Thanks. Yeah. I'd quite like something like that. That'd be cool. I don't know a great deal about like crazy cars like I know Bugatti Veyrons or Chirons or whatever. I've no fucking clue. I just know that knobs on Insta like to talk about them. But cars that I've actually looked at, I think a 911 would be a lot of fun. And when I say looked at, I mean looked at with a view of maybe buying one day if I could. And I probably could. I'm not going to, but I probably could. TA, I was already and then I got killed and now I still am, yes. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Got a protein shake. I've just realised I've not had my dinner and it's 7:30. I'm going to have that. Can you buy a beetle instead? I could, but I don't think they're quite the same. Fabled Ginge, are you slot out or one more year? I'm not. Coach has been slot out since about the 7th or 8th game of the season. Maybe a bit earlier than that. Coach in Twitch chat. I've been much more reserved about it, but if it were my choice, I'd get someone else in. I think, yeah. A 911 is a beetle. That's what people say that can't afford a 911, isn't it, Danish? Yeah. A bit like people used to say, oh, you're getting a Porsche Boxster. Oh, that's what people buy when they can't afford a 911, you know, like that. But that's what people say to people that are buying Boxsters that are driving around in a whatever. Sula, thank you for the 47 months. Thank you. Very nice, DGN. I'll have you know that my VW up exclamation mark is the 90 bhp 1 litre turbo edition, Paul. Ah, you've done me there, Danish, I see. Have I seen the new Running Man movie? Yes, it was terrible. What do you think about Latvian football? Trash, or we have some potential? I don't know anything about Latvian football, to be honest, dude. I don't even know the name of one team. Hi, Crypt Knight. Hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Don't buy an air-cooled Porsche classic car. Mine's been in the workshop for 7 years. Fuck me dead. You need a new workshop, or somebody that's working in the workshop needs a kick up the ass. Fuck that. Yeah, I've no intention of getting any fancy car, to be honest, for now. Well, forever probably, but I might one day try and get a 911. That would be kind of fun, but I'm not particularly asked about it, you know. I'm not really. Driving is more of a function to me. It's not. When I was younger, it was a really fun experience. It was a fun thing, but driving to me is about going to get the kids, or going on holiday, or going to the airport. It's much more of a functional thing. It's not really something I do for pleasure. I maybe did when I was younger, but I don't anymore. I couldn't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't think that is a fancy car, Roach Ride. A Tesla's like an equivalent to like a VW Tiguan or something. It's not a luxury car. People think they're fancy. They're really not at all. But I needed an EV. Yeah, I needed an EV because it was a good business write-off. So yeah, I got an EV. Right, there we go. Let's crack on. Is it really not fancy? They look high spec. I don't think it's fancy like an Audi or a BMW or something. No, or a Mercedes. They're priced, like, to get a Tesla Model Y long range, it's the same price as a fairly good spec VW Tiguan. Like, I don't know what the new one is, but my car when I bought it was £48,000 3 years ago. That's a lot of money, don't get me wrong. But a decent spec VW Tiguan was the same money, you know. Like, it's on a par with that, you know. Like, a higher spec Audi, like one of the Audi EVs, were more like 70,000 at the time, you know. Like, it's not luxury in the same. It's probably a better EV, I would guess. I don't know, but people think they're really fancy, and they do have a lot of spec for the money. There's no extra upgrades you can get, but they're not that brilliantly built. They're just a fairly safe, fairly long-range EV that's pretty easy to use. They're all right. But I don't think they're. I don't know. Maybe they're perceived that way, but they're definitely not. They're not a luxury vehicle like a Merc or an Audi or a BMW, and even those maybe arguably are not as good as they once were. But nonetheless, they're not in that category. Do I have a motorbike? Sorry, I don't have the balance that would suit a motorbike, dude. If I had a motorbike, I'd fucking fall off it, for sure. Yeah, I don't have the balance that would work. You just saw someone, did you, Jonathan? Oh, well. Type Machine, thank you very much for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. Captain Crow, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support as well. What's the plan for now? I'm basically running to a stash of loot that I left from a kill earlier. And I just got the other side of Green Mountain and some bastard killed me, and now we're back at Green Mountain. Any old cars you miss, ones you used to own? My favourite car, aside from the one I have now, was probably a 57 plate Ford Mondeo. I think that's my favourite car I ever had. I really liked it. So it would have been a 2007 Ford Mondeo. I think that's my favourite car I had. I had slightly fancier cars, but I liked the Mondeo more. I had an Audi A4 that was a little bit older, but around the same time. I had an Audi A4. I had an Audi A3 that was okay, but I think my favourite car of them all was that. I really liked it. Yeah, they did, Danish, yeah. I did like that Passat, actually. My last petrol car was a VW Passat. It was a saloon. I didn't really want an estate. I probably should have got an estate, but it was a 2021 VW Passat, and that was a really nice car. It had a problem with the boot, which was really annoying, the trunk. It was letting in water when it rained, and it was all sorts of pains in the ass. It was. I bought it brand new, and I got kind of lucky with the timing because it was like everywhere was shut because of lockdowns. And then I think it was 2020 actually. I think it was a 2020 plate. It was a 2020 plate, not a 2021. I got it in June of 2020, and the dealership had opened during the lockdowns, and I bought the car, and then they all closed again. And anyway, I got it on a decent price, and then because of the way the car market went for a while, it was like cars were impossible to buy for a bit. You know, when I sold it, I think I sold it 3 years later for like 19 grand, and I'd paid 24.5 for it. You know, like I owned the car 3 years, and it only cost me just over 4 grand. But yeah, the water being let into the trunk was kind of annoying. They did eventually fix it. It was something to do with the welding point. They couldn't find it for a while, but there was an issue with one of the spot welds, and it was letting water in, which is not exactly a good indictment, is it? But Wrench Turner, you seem to be an absolute expert. Basically, everybody that buys anything other than a 25-year-old Toyota is a complete moron. The end. I'm sure you're right, by the way. This is actually this gap here is where I just got killed. I think we made it back here really quickly. I think it's not this gap here, it was a bit more to the right, but we were running across this field. I was half thinking about finding my body just to see if there was something worth snicking. I think it was just behind me. That's the trees the dude was in that killed me. What's the in-game goal today, Crypt? Well, I had a decent run on this server. I got a couple of kills, some really end-game geared dudes. And unfortunately, just as I was leaving after a kill, I got killed myself, but I've stashed a load of loot, so I'm trying to get back to my stash. That's what I'm doing. Not far this way, I've got a full loadout pretty much hidden. If it's still there, it should be. It's different being the guy fixing all your cars. That might be too wrench, but that might be true. But you're going to get a fair view of what you see, but you're also going to get a skewed view. You know, like for example, I saw you say earlier, I see lots of old Toyotas with 300,000 miles on the clock. Any new car is not worth it. But you work in a dealership. You're a mechanic, right? You only see the problems. Right, you understand that. You only see... So, yes, you're going to get new cars that have got 50,000 miles on the clock and you need to fix them. You're only going to see problems. You're a fucking mechanic. You understand that, right? If you see an old car, it's going to have high mileage because it's an old car. And if you see a new car, it's going to be a bad one because you're a mechanic. It's like Bill Burr's fucking stat, you know? Like, people are staggered to understand that shark attacks happen on the coast. If you're going to get killed by a shark, it's more likely to happen in like 5 feet of water. Yeah, because that's where all the fucking people are, you know. Nobody's in the middle of the Atlantic swimming, are they? You know, like the stats that you've got, they are your experience, but you don't see the 99% of cars that don't have an issue. You see the one that breaks. Independent shop, I see them all. Yes, the ones that need fixing. You do understand the concept, right? If somebody's got a 2-year-old car, they take it to get it serviced. It doesn't have a problem, you know? You see the one that needs fixing. Of course you do. You're a mechanic. Well, clearly, Wrench, you're not going to get somebody coming in going, I have got this brand new car and it's got no issue. Please, can you fix it for me? That's not what happens, is it? You're going to do some servicing, I'm guessing, but... Saying that you've changed lots of issues on cars and they're 50,000 miles, yeah, that's because they're the ones that need to be going to the mechanic, aren't they? That's how it works, you know? You don't see the people that bought a car from a main dealer and didn't have a problem for 4 years. You're never going to see them, are you? I don't know more than anyone. Of course, Toyotas are bomb-proof. Everybody knows that old Toyotas are bomb-proof. It's also true that older cars are much easier to work on, but we all have our own opinions that are skewed by our experience, and they may well be absolutely right, you know. But if you're seeing cars that need fixing that are 2 years old, or whatever they're old they are, 4 years old, that makes sense. You're a mechanic, right? We're nearly there.
Are we there yet?
Type Machine, thank you very much for the gifted sub once again. Where were we? GK Sudo, thank you. There's quite a few cars come with like 8-year warranty now as well. Whether they're any good or not is another matter, and they may have mileage restrictions and whatnot, but they do exist. Isn't it leaking oil and something Danish? I think it is, isn't it?
How is this possible?
Lots of trouble, usually serious. Ah, yeah, I'd heard it. I'd forgotten it. Tinbender, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers 10, thank you very much. Cheers Tim Bender, thank you for the gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. GK Sudo, thank you as well. We're very, very nearly to the stash now. D. Sean, you always wanted a TVR Tuscan. God almighty. I remember they looked so cool. There was that film called Swordfish, I think, with John Travolta and old matey that plays Wolverine. Him. It's not a terrible film, but I remember I think there was a TVR in that, and it looked so fucking cool with the paint that changes colour. And they did look badass, but TVRs were like, and everybody knew that, like, if you bought a TVR, you effectively had to hire a mechanic to follow you around. Halle Berry was in it. Yeah, Hugh Jackman. MTK Live, thank you for the 51 months. Yeah, it was the one that had the pearlescent, the sort of paint that would like look blue from some angles, and a bit like kind of hot metal. They sort of changes the colour at different angles. Gummy, that's what started this conversation, dude. We've done that bit already. I quite like the look of it, Kieran. I think it looks kind of cool. It really does look a lot like the old one. That's exactly it, Vertical. Yeah, where he has to hack a computer while getting a BJ. Yep.
Hey Paul and runners.
fucking scope being damaged is annoying. So this is what we were running back for. I think we did that remarkably quickly, all in. Any loot in the millie bay still? There might be in the tent, but I suspect anything worth having in that tent will already have been taken. Never mind that. Let's worry about the thing that matters more. We'll do the vest. Fuck. What is going on there?
Less than 3, keep on running less than 3.
There's a claymore just sitting in the... There's a claymore just sitting by the thing there. That is fucking weird. Where is all that loot? Where does it come from? I left it there, Remy. I killed a dude on that rock, and I left the dude I killed. I left his entire load out there in case I died, and then I promptly died. So the dude that killed me was in this tree. I think he was in this tree here. Possibly this one. I was just going down the valley. I was just over there. I was about here. I was about where all this loot is. So this is the old loot from where I died. It might have been his car, there's no way of knowing. I doubt it, because we were nearby. I'd have probably heard the car if that was his car. Right. We might as well go and check the barrack just to see if there's anything left. Cheers, Marky Mark. Thank you, Richie. Thank you as well. That's where my old body was, Brad. My body will have despawned. That loot there was what the dude had dropped. So I had an NVG. I had proper NVGs on my head with an NVG helmet I had this helmet, but in black, assault helmet. So he's dropped his head strap and taken my NVGs. So that helmet, that likewise, that green helmet that was on the grind, that same thing. He dropped that because he'd taken my helmet with the NVGs on it. ACOG better scope? No. The ACOG was damaged. This scope is way better. The Spectre on this server is really nice. It's got a red dot. It's really nice to use. The ACOG is way worse than this. Cheers, Dick Kerr, thank you. I feel glad that we've got this much of a stream done, to be honest.
Thanks for such a great stream today during your time of pain.
Thank you. Cheers for the support. Appreciate it. So the dude that killed me is running around with NVGs. Unfortunately, the door is open, so a lot of the loot will have been taken. I can't see well enough. We might as well just run down. I left the door, the nearest Quonset hut, I left the door open, so someone's been, so most of the stash will be gone. I think there was a set of pouches, which is the thing I'd really like. I'd like some pouches, so I'm just going to check for that. Pouches are gone because someone's taken them and left the press vest. Wasn't the green helmet from the stash? No, where I died there was a green helmet. This helmet was from the stash. Where I died there was a different helmet and a different head strap from the dude that killed me. Can you have some gamma? You've got gamma, it's just dark. What made me start streaming DayZ? Liam, I started making YouTube videos first. And so YouTube, I started playing DayZ, I was having a lot of fun, and I met some people in the game that were making videos, and they talked me into making videos, so that's what made me start. But I started on YouTube, I didn't start with streaming. Oh shit, he was still aggroed on me. This backpack is so stupidly big. Right. Guys, I think that is enough for today. I've got the loot back, which I'm very pleased about. I've checked all of the different stashes, and I need to stop while the going's good. I actually don't feel as bad as I thought I might, which is good news. First day of antibiotics for ball ache, and sitting in a chair for 5 hours and 42 minutes is actually pretty good going. Hopefully tomorrow the antibiotics will be working. I can be kind of back to normal before the end of the week. That would be great. I've got to take them for 2 weeks, but nonetheless, sitting in a chair is pretty painful. So nearly 6 hours is actually pretty good. Ditka, thank you again. Jonas, thank you very much for the follow. I will be back again tomorrow just after lunch. Might carry on with that character, I might do, or I might start somewhere else. I don't know, but I'm going to go and sit on a chair that's not hard and hurting my nadges. Have a good rest of the day, guys. Thanks for coming in. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.